Are you sure? Do you even know if you like snow fish?
Pretty sure I do know that I don't like
How many?
I don't like regular. I don't like regular oysters. So smoking them some ways eliminate.
Sure. Sorry, I forgot last time.
It looks like it's spelled so. Already, man. You got our little weather station over there?
Oh my goodness. That favorite sounds horrible.
You take the wrong.
I'm so excited. I'm seeing you at your finest.
Actually, this is our morning.
I even ended up trying to get burger salad, which I have never done before.
Cool.
But as the wind was coming, I thought, I'm gonna have to park strategically, man. Something's gonna hit my car.
Okay, should be here in an hour.
Yeah.
I got pizza. It's gonna be a long one than I thought.
Think I can?
No.
I only have to be up at 6:30. To start my taxi service.
Yeah. I feel you.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
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 Because I have all tools in the truck, right?
We'd like to welcome everyone to our South Weaver City Council this night. It's February the 22nd, 2022, and the time is 6:04. We'll begin this meeting by having the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Dills, and then we'll have a prayer by Councilwoman Petty.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father in heaven, we are so grateful for the opportunity we have to gather together as members of our community to discuss the important issues of our beautiful town. We are so grateful for all the fire, police, and military personnel that watch over us and our country, and ask you to bless them, that they will continue to have strength and protection. We ask a blessing this day, that we will have open minds and open hearts and be able to discuss everything that we need to in a professional and organized and pleasant manner. We're so grateful for the wonderful moisture we've received, and ask for safety this night as we have a storm approaching, that all will be well within our city and our state. We're grateful for all that we have and for our wonderful community. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. We'll begin with a couple of presentations. We have our County Commissioner, Kamalu, here. We appreciate her coming this evening, and we're going to turn the time to her. And then if any of us have any questions, well, I'm sure she'll be happy to answer.
That's the perfect lead-in. So, oh, that's here now.
We moved it.
Where do you want me? That's good, huh? Then you're back, but to some of the
Yep.
folks in the room when you have your busy meeting.
All right, Maureen Kamalu, Davis County Commissioner. And I love coming to South Weaver. You have a very special community. This time I got up here early. I didn't go home first, so I had enough time to get some food because I was starving, which I had heard Burley Burger is a really good place to get food. So there's my Burley. I'm going to eat, and then I will have experienced that as well. Also the wind. You're in a crossroads of a canyon, and I am aware of some of the challenges that you all strive to work on with the two pits, and when the wind is here, and even when the wind isn't here, and the dust. Sometimes your leaders have reached out to me individually to help me, to have me help connect to people who might be helpful to you. And I hope that all of you know you can do that. So I know that the former mayor had, or maybe even I, made sure that people had my cell phone, and you are welcome to use my cell phone. So some of you probably have it, or you know how to find it. Even my cell phone is on the county site. You can call my cell phone, you can text my cell phone, and I really would love to still be a kind of a contact to help you figure out who are the right people to talk to, if that makes sense. So that's a little bit about me and my enjoyment of South Weaver. We have these papers, which I want to make sure, I think our staff sent them as a digital copy, but if you haven't had a chance to have a printout, can I give you this also? And I'm going to refer to it in my comments.
There's enough, yeah, chapter, but there's probably enough for others. I think like to know the latest as well.
I do.
This is the interesting thing. It's not a secret, but most people don't know county government. City people know better about county government than the average person. County government's really very much in the background. Sometimes we get asked at the county, man, how do you handle on an even bigger level all of the concerns and calls and, you know, different things that our citizens get concerned about? You know, that just must multiply at the county level. And what I say is, no, it doesn't. It is, a lot of that happens in cities. And county government is also local government, but we don't get all of that because you are You are the ones with the planning and the zoning and the city services, and those are the things that people care about. The county is local government, but it's a subdivision of the state. So all of our responsibilities come from requirements in state statute. Isn't that interesting? So this sheet kind of shows the way that Davis County is organized, where there are 3 elected commissioners. Most counties in the state have a 3-member commission. So that's the most common form of county government in the state. But then besides 3 elected commissioners, there are all the other elected officials who are also doing what they're supposed to do by state law. So the sheriff, the treasurer, the auditor, all of those are elected positions, and we don't get involved with their responsibilities, only if there is a problem big enough that needs an investigation. Then the commission has power to investigate any of the other electeds. So kind of interesting. So here is just a cheat sheet that you can see which commissioner works with what responsibility. And mine, I can answer probably most any question that you ask about anywhere on this sheet. But I do a lot of work in health and human services, and there's some criminal justice work that I've also become involved with in both in Davis County and at the state level. I also supervise the facilities of the county. I've mentioned health, so that whole health department, it's been a good time during the pandemic. We have had our hands full, and we have a great health department. So Davis County's gotten through just about as well or better than anyone else. But libraries. So I'm aware of the closest branch that you have. I'm aware of the agreement that we have with Weber County for a branch that's even closer to citizens here, and all those kinds of questions. I'm happy to be a resource for you. So anyway, that's the cheat sheet. I don't really need to say a whole lot more about that. For a while, I was giving a lot of updates about pandemic. I can still do that. Maybe I'll just say, I think we're all a little tired of all the discussion about this. The latest, greatest is that it's becoming endemic pretty much, which means that it's part of what we understand and plan for, kind of like influenza. So really soon here, that last age group will have a vaccination approved. And then, it'll probably be something like, I'm hopeful that there will be a vaccination that combines influenza and COVID moving forward. And that's kind of likely, so that those who choose and take advantage of vaccination, it'll just be easier to do. That's where we're at on the pandemic. Here's something really important that your folks might enjoy knowing. The fairgrounds, as it's been known throughout time, has had a lot of changes since the Great Recession of 2008. Prior to that, there were a lot of equestrian asks and usage of that facility, but the county saw a lot of interest and involvement for reserving and paying for equestrian events drop off during that Great Recession. The thing that increased over time as people learned about this facility was all of the uses that were not dirt floor. So a lot of sports, a lot of events, all that sort of thing. So way back then, I've only been a commissioner a little over 3 years. So way back then, they figured out a removable floor that could be put down and taken up. It's pretty intensive, the time that it takes, because you literally had to put down the squares like a sport court floor, kind of. And they would use inmates who had privileges for work. They could come and put that floor down for 100 man hours and take that floor back up for 100 man hours. And that happened for years of time. They still accommodated the equestrian events that would come. It was really just your ability to reserve it and the demands on it. There's also the outdoor arena there that has existed for a long time. Participation in the fair has been going down over the years. There's also a really big fair north of us and south of us every year. So probably people who love fairs and do fairs have been, going to all those fairs. And so we have, the commissions before us really struggled about what to do with this property. And during the pandemic, there was too much concern about COVID spreading among inmates. And so they couldn't use them anymore. And we just had to really figure out some decisions. And so before the pandemic was ever on anyone's radar, we decided, and we worked with the Utah State Extension, which is located in our county in Kaysville. They have a lot of property there. They were very interested in having dirt floor uses go over to them. And so we were able to talk about a lot of options, but in the end, take money that can only be used for tourism purposes, because the money comes in from tourism, from the hotel stays and also the restaurant, and be able to have the discussions with Utah State Extension, who provided the land in a lease agreement, and there will be a new indoor facility and outdoor arena going up over there. And it's likely to start, construction, as you know, has been delayed tremendously for a long, long time with supply and demand shortages, right? Steel and different things are taking a long time. So we just even had a meeting today that I said, when really will this likely begin? And there's all kinds of preliminary work with architecture design, but they'll hopefully have materials and be able to actually start the construction by the fall. So that's the latest on that. And with finding a home for dirt floor uses and equestrian and having it really work into a win-win where it can be sustained there into the future, it freed us up to make a decision to concrete the floor for all of the other uses and to not have to worry about putting the temporary one down and back. Guess what? We decided to do that and got that process going, and it finished right before the pandemic with drive-through elections and the drive-through mass vaccination center. It wouldn't have worked quite as well if that were still a dirt floor. So we were just really lucky that we finally came to decision with years of people before us, you know, struggling with the decision. So, so it's helpful for people to know, and not even a legislator had heard this up until recently. I said, "Did you know we're doing this?" And they said, "No." So it's important to know that that facility is going to happen with the dirt floor uses at the extension, and moving forward. More of the tourism funding will do a renovation on the existing indoor arena, and then a second facility will be built right next to it. And so it truly will become something that doesn't exist in the whole state of Utah, and that is a destination for very large events. That could be competitions, and it can also just be events. But that brings in revenue to the county and to the citizens in the form of tourism. And it really leverages what's grown up around there, which is the station park and the lagoon that's been there forever. And I guess these kinds of facilities all over the United States, it's ideal when there's a place where events can be held, where people have stays and entertainment and places to eat very close by. It works out really, really well. So anyway, those are some really big things on the radar. The only other thing I'll mention is that that Clearfield Library, located in the North Branch in Clearfield, is really popular, and I know some of your people go there, and it's been a good, really a cool new library. So take advantage of that. And the county courthouse right next to the current county administration building, citizens voted to do a renovation there, and you'll be invited to when there's a ribbon cutting for that. And that it was supposed to be done by now, but all of the delays in construction are taking it longer, and it will be done, I don't know, late summer sometime. So those are all big things that kind of relate to South Weber and your constituents. Now you can totally ask me questions. What else?
So you were talking about the Davis County Fair, and I understand, I went to a meeting the other day, that's out, and they've got a new event that they're going to start with, and that's going to be at the place there in Kaysville. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, thank you.
in
I
May,
think-
I think it is. Yeah.
What happened with the fair before is that it became more like a carnival than the traditional ag events and, you know, farm events and all of that. And so because we have such successful fairs north and south that are much, much bigger than Davis County's ever was, this one will become more of a traditional fair. And so it will really focus on the things that are kind of fairs used to be all about, and hopefully also very specific to Davis County. So it's being called an Agricultural Heritage Festival. Yes, yeah. So a new Agricultural Heritage Center is the facility, and the Agricultural Heritage Festival will be the event. It is supposed to be held in May of every year in conjunction with the Baby Animal Days that Utah State has a long tradition of doing. And honestly, things that are ag related, homemade related, you know, very kind of unique to Davis County, they are taking all those ideas and all that input from citizens and cities. And, you know, if you know of folks who might want to be involved in that, you should connect them to Davis County. The department that handles that is not one of mine. It's the Community and Economic Development Department. It's the CED department, the same one, Mayor, that convenes the Council of Governments, that meeting. Yeah, that's the department that also has tourism within it. So yeah, it should be fantastic.
And that starts this May.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
As far
it
as I
does.
know, they're still planning to do it.
Yeah.
The indoor facility won't be ready yet.
They were there and made a presentation, and they said, you know, they won't have the indoor facilities, but they're going to have tents and whatever they can arrange to put up to have this
Yeah.
this May. So
Right.
That will be held where? Sorry, in Clearfield?
Yeah, there's the Utah State Extension. It's been there a
Oh,
long, long
right,
time in
right.
Kaysville.
Okay.
We've lived there long enough since 1996 that it used to be on the other side of Highway 89, more over in Farmington, used to be the
Mm.
Botanical Gardens. But when there was construction and changes, they moved over to where they are now, which is more of the frontage road located in Kaysville. And they had to start from scratch there, but it's become an awesome property. They keep adding to it.
Sounds fun.
okay, council, anyone have any?
I just have one
Anything on that?
question. Okay, so I read an article and I'd love for you to give me some more, or all of us some more insight on it. It looks like Commissioner Stevenson said something about changing the 3-seat government for Davis County, that he was in favor of that, but that you and Commissioner Elliott were not so much. Can you speak to that? Tell me a little bit how that went down.
Yes, that's a great question. In the public commission meeting, we knew that we needed a public work session about splitting the office that had been combined for clerk and auditor. They are two separate responsibilities by state statute. And many years ago, our county, other counties combined them for efficiency. Problem is, any county that's grown really big, Salt Lake County, in Utah County before us, and now us, that job, one person cannot do that job anymore. So it's been split again. And so when we needed to have, by law, that discussion publicly before February 1st and make a decision before February 1st, we brought that up in commission meeting, and Commissioner Stevenson was the one to say it in his comments. He unexpectedly brought up the discussion about considering a form of government change. So we added that to the agenda for the public work session. His comment that he put out created quite a stir. And so in the public meeting, I can share everything that we've had in the public meeting. Commissioner Elliott, his opinion in the public meeting was that he would never be for this because his reasons, he thinks that the work is a lot for commissioners. He can't see part-time commission, and he just hasn't seen examples of this. We see all kinds of examples in our state particularly, and he doesn't see this being a move forward for Davis County. So what I said is still what I believe. I had two people asked me about this in my campaign in 2018. And both of them are involved politically in Davis County somewhere, some level of government. And they asked me about it. So it's been on my radar since 2018. And so I've paid attention to forms of government and have a lot of opinions about forms of government. And sometimes, for example, in Salt Lake County, they made a change in the form of government, hoping it could do these different things that they were wanting to make progress on, when in fact, it didn't do those things. It added a lot of cost to the cost of government. We're the second lowest in the state, cost of government per $1,000 of citizen income, taxes and fees. Davis County is the second lowest. And it added cost, and it, you know, they're bigger, they're more populated, maybe it works, but you end up districting. And so then you have people with different opinions who are elected, but they represent different districts, right? They're not necessarily looking at the whole county when they express their views. We are the smallest county geographically. We can get from one end of our county to the other end in 20 minutes. We only have 15 cities. We should know and visit all 15 cities. We should work and be a resource for all 15 cities. That's not hard for a commissioner who's working full time. And I so far don't see a form yet that I think does something that we're not already doing. So Commissioner Stevenson, in the public work session, he said there were two reasons. Number one, he likes one person ultimately in charge. There's three of us and we have to work together. So that's a thing. And he will tell you that. He's said that very openly. He's liked it when he's the one person at the head. He's used to, you know, church organizations that have one person ultimately, and he just prefers one person as an executive. He calls the way that we have to work together publicly a three-headed monster. So there's that. He said the only other thing that made him bring that up was a more obvious separation between executive and legislative. Now that's a thing, and I have always wondered about that. Right now, in our form of government, we have all kinds of procedures, processes, and people that keep that separated because it must be separated. And we have to separate and publicly address executive responsibilities and also legislative responsibilities. And we literally, in our public commission meetings every week, we have to recess out of our commission role and into our Board of Equalization role, and then reconvene commission meetings. There's literally a lot of things in place so that it must be public and it must be separated. The clerk auditor watches that. It is his role to watch that. So are the attorneys watching that at all times. So for that to be abused in a big way by three commissioners somehow, I'm not quite sure how they'd get away with it. So even though that is something to be considered, I would be all about a study. And if it got to that, we would invest in the study, but it would absolutely, studies are not cheap. They take a lot of money to study it out and have the data and the research to put before the people. Does that make sense? Tooele put it before the people and they changed their form of government. We were put it before the people and they did not vote for it. They were concerned about the additional cost of government. So it's a great question. And that's how it kind of came up. I'm open still. I so far don't see a way, but I would invest the money to study it if we could see that we needed to make a study.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're
That's my only question, Mayor.
Thank you.
I just wanted to see, I know that during the pandemic, behavioral health, domestic violence, the need for it went highly up, and was wondering how it's looking now that it's looking to turn more into an endemic, and how those resources are they able to suit their need, or are they still quite overwhelmed?
Yeah, great question. Public health is doing great with where we're at and where we need to be in the foreseeable future. I'm on the board of Davis Behavioral Health, and they were fine for a long while. They had a delayed tsunami. the justice system also had a delayed tsunami. And so both the Davis Behavioral Health and the criminal justice system in our county geared up all that they possibly could to handle. We literally call it a tsunami. Yeah. And the constraint right now in behavioral health, they stay more fully staffed than any other behavioral health in the state. There's 13 of those, just like there's 13 public health departments. Some counties share a public health department, so they're public health districts, I guess, in those areas. And so the constraint for behavioral health is that we need more people who are trained in that. And it's just the same as law enforcement. We need more people. We have a shortage, just a serious shortage. And they're doing everything they can to get more people trained. Safe Harbor is the crisis center for the domestic violence. And yeah, they have really struggled to keep up with the tsunami in their world. I'm also on that board. And they're still working. They're trying to get more money from the state, and especially with all the relief funds that have been given, figure out, what's the new normal and being able to get those wait lists down for the help. Safe Harbor is, they were given land by Intermountain, and that's, the newer hospital that went up in Layton with Intermountain. On that campus, they were given land to build their next facility. It's not the shelter or the transitional housing, which is located in Kaysville, but it is where they offer a lot of their other administrative supports and therapy sessions. And so they will have more capacity as far as space in this new facility. They were able to raise enough money to get that thing built, but they also have a lot of turnover. Some of these places are what they do is very hard, and it burns people out. They've had a really great development director, and I just saw an email from her today that she's moving to Red Cross, to that organization with a similar role. So honestly, to be aware of the tsunamis to these organizations and to be supportive is a really big deal. Yeah, that's what I know about all of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Just real quickly. First of all, just from personal perspective, the more funding that we can put towards Davis County Sheriff definitely is a boon for the entire county. Obviously, we're all watching the rates go up of crime and speeding and everything else, and any support possible that you guys can do is fantastic and can help. Second one is a very personal one. Hey, if you guys can increase the number of books you guys put on overdrive in the library, that would be fantastic.
Overdrive.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're waiting for a book that's been out for like 14 years, there's a 3-month wait. Yeah, any of those, I'm just saying, and that's with me having Audible. I'm just.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the collection is smaller because not everybody's checking out books anymore, but the electronic versions are, well, and you're still long waits.
It's a very good resource, and we've seen it used with kids and everything like that even. So I mean, my wife's a teacher and now moving into admin, and she's always seen, and the schools have their own use of overdrive. So I mean, it's a very, very good one. Anyway, but the one question I do have, and seeing that you're part with the health department and all, is that a lot of other medical groups are starting to see issues specifically with the lungs and diseases that are caused by small particulates, dust, silicon, and it is definitely something that affects us drastically here. I've read some things on the Mayo Clinic and a few of these others that talk specifically. The American Lung Association is very big on talking about how this dust particulate is actually damaging people's lungs. And we've had city council meetings where we've had citizens come in that, because of the pits, they literally cannot go outside. That the sharp pieces of rock and dust, when it gets into the lungs, it doesn't really have a good mechanism for getting it out and can actually scar and damage it. Dust mitigation has always been handled kind of separately as more of a, well, this is an industrial, this is a core issue with Utah, and that we have to be able to keep construction moving, and this is one of our protected type of industries. But is there any movement or any chance that we could start looking for it as a health issue also? Because I know very little has been done testing wise on that aspect, but I mean, we're kind of at one of those points where in this city, that dust, which is a nuisance every place else, for a lot of people is actually becoming very serious health type of issue. And I just wanted to know, what do you guys think, or if that's even something that y'all can do or help in?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Air quality is a really big deal and a big discussion at the state level. And it's also a discussion in public health departments.
But you see what I mean, that dust hasn't ever been kind of included in that.
Yeah, right.
And they're starting to see that, and I'm hoping that getting it to your level can actually bring up a little bit more visibility to it, especially on the state level.
Your former mayor asked me about this very specific thing, and what I said was that I don't know what the requirements are of open pits, but no doubt there is some sort of a requirement to open pits to mitigate the dust. And so I connected the mayor with, I don't know if it was someone at the state or someone in our health department, and I can figure that out again to reconnect to you all. But what we learned, and what I'm good to find out, is that they do have requirements, and some of that requirement has been seems like lessened due to the drought for how often the sprays of water go on, and that maybe South Weber has noticed some of that, lacking when there's that mitigation that's pretty normal, not happening. So I don't know where that all landed in kind of your research and discussion with it, but it was really good for me to understand that just the normal dust, because of the proximity of those operations, is something that impacts you. For sure, dust particulate is concerning. Yeah.
Well, we've had council members assigned to it, and we're definitely working with the pits, and they're doing different things. But there's still that time, historically, you could say, where cigarettes went from being a socially cool thing to, oh, by the way, this is killing people. And I'm just kind of hoping that, like I said, if we can bring some attention, that maybe we can start seeing some things do it. Because while the pits are a great neighbor and definitely part of our city, also want to look at some of these people that their lives are actually impacted health-wise. So
right.
But
yeah, it's a great concern and question. Keep coming. We do have an environmental department at the county, and they have lots of grants that come from the federal level to keep improving air quality. I don't know that they have anything specific to mining operations and communities close to mining, but it wouldn't be a bad conversation to speak directly with the environmental head. The head of environmental at the Davis County Health Department just was promoted to the Senior Services Division, and now she's a deputy director. And they had an interim person serving whose name is Jay, and they just made him the official head of environmental. There's a long history of really good people in environmental, heading up environmental, including the health department director himself. He used to head up environmental. So it is something that our own people at the county know a lot about and have a lot of institutional knowledge about this county and air quality. And then in addition, we have that unique feature. We have the Great Salt Lake, which is a unique feature. and these mines that are a unique feature. And we have 4 of the 5 refineries in the entire state, which is the unique feature, and we're a small county. So we have things that are more unique even around the whole state that we need to understand and do all that we can. So it would be definitely something to continue discussing. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for coming tonight. We know you're busy and we appreciate your time coming here and talking to us. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Just the last thing I'll say is that you have some really great people on your staff. I have worked with them, and it's not easy to become an elected public servant, right? So I congratulate all of you, and I'm very thankful for the work that you do in the city. Like I say, even though my commitment to my service is pretty time consuming, I feel like city service is equally as intense. So let's just say that you are doing very important and wonderful things for your citizens, and I'm grateful to you. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ashley Young.
Hi there, my name is Ashley Young. I am the Director of Animal Care of Davis County. I haven't been out to South Weber, so I thought I should stop in, update you on kind of what's our big projects at Animal Care right now, and also introduce myself. I have been with Animal Care for 2 years in various roles. I started out as the operations manager. I moved here from Oregon 2 years ago. And under Director Roland Cook, I was promoted to Deputy Director, and I served in that role for just a few months before Roland gave me the terrible news that he was leaving us. And then I served as interim director for 3 months, and I was promoted to director in October. So it's been a little bit of a wild ride for me. I've had a lot on my plate, and as all of you know, there's a lot going on at Animal Care all the time. I think it's one of the issues that our council hears about a lot in various aspects. So I wanted to come out and introduce myself, and then also talk a little bit about some of the things that we have going on, and then of course answer any questions that you might have. So one of the biggest projects right now that I'm working on is a feasibility study for animal care. It has been talked about for at least the last 5 years that I know of, that animal care needs a new facility. Our facility is very old and very outdated, and we're doing intakes of dogs and cats in closets. And if you haven't been up, I would encourage you to come give us a tour. It's definitely interesting up there. But we're doing the best we can with what we have. So it's exciting. So with our feasibility study that did start in January 15th. So we're about a month into that feasibility study. And right now we're partnering with Citygate Associates. They're based out of California. Most of the feasibility study is via Zoom online. We do have 2 architects working with us, which is really exciting, and they will be doing site tours next month. Another really key piece of this feasibility is stakeholder meetings. So David is going to hear from our feasibility study Citygate and getting some information about what we're doing well, where we need some work, feedback you're hearing from citizens, because we really want that to be a key piece as we build the new animal care. And when I say build, there's many options there. We're looking at remodeling our current facility up in Fruit Heights where we're at now, but there's also talk of buying land and building a completely brand new shelter. We're hoping to glean from Citygate what direction we should go. The other thing that's really exciting about Citygate Associates, they're doing a complete study on our operations, our budget, our policies and procedures, really from the ground up. And this is the first time in animal care's history that we've had an external audit. So it's really great that this organization is coming in. There's a lot of very, very skilled animal welfare professionals that are partaking in this study. And so we're very much looking forward to as we start moving through this process. Right now, we're kind of in the information sharing and gathering stage, so I don't have very much of an update other than it's going. And as you know, feasibility study is huge time commitment there, but we're really excited for that first little step towards a new building that's been talked about for so long. So that's the first thing there. The other big update, starting on March 18th, our animal control officers are going to be working 7 days a week. Currently, they are only Monday through Friday. So we're expanding our hours to cover Saturday and Sunday. We are also expanding the time that they are working. We will have staff from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. So that's going to be a huge help for our citizens when they have stray animals or barking complaints with their neighbors that are only happening in the morning or any of those type of scenarios. Another huge issue that has been brought to me through our city council meetings is wildlife. Next month, we are scheduling a meeting with all of our city managers to sit down again and revisit wildlife and what piece Animal Care of Davis County plays in that. We are in the process of putting out a request for proposal for pest control companies to look at what the cost might be to bring in a pest control company to outsource those tasks, since it is a huge concern of our citizens, what is happening with raccoons and skunks and other pest animals. Badgers. Uh-oh. I don't want to hear about badgers. So we are currently working on that. We are also looking at what is the cost to bring in an animal control officer who specializes and focuses on wildlife. Something a lot of our cities don't know, we have 10 animal control officers for the whole county. And every month we're taking about 1,000 calls. So our officers are going from call to call to call to call, and there's not a lot of time for extra patrols or following up on expired licenses or kind of more of those compliance tasks, or just, getting out into the community and then, going out on some of our hiking trails that we're having issues with off-leash dogs. They're literally going from one stray animal to another stray animal to a barking complaint to a welfare or cruelty check. And so adding wildlife back in at this point is going to be very taxing. So we are looking at what the potential cost would be to bring in an officer that specializes in wildlife. We also are doing new monthly statistics reporting on our webpage. So that's daviscountyutah.gov/animal-care. There you can see all of the numbers for everything that's going on within animal care. So last month, for example, we took in over 400 animals from our community. That being said, our live release rate was over 98%. So we are finding positive outcomes for these animals. Animals aren't coming to our facility and being euthanized. And that's through a number of new programs that we have. Our trap, neuter, return program for cats has been long going, but over the last year, we have revamped that program quite a bit to make sure that it is really ethical and kind, not only to our community, but to the cats that we're placing back. We also have a foster and rescue program. So our foster program is where the animal is still under Animal Care of Davis County's umbrella, but they are being sent to members of our community to care for these animals until they're placed in their forever or adoptive homes. So it gets them out of the shelter, out of the care of my staff, and into a foster home where they're receiving that one-on-one attention that maybe they need. Our rescue program works with transfer partners throughout Utah and also out of state if it's a dog or cat that needs more resources that we can provide. So if they were hit by a car and they need an expensive surgery, or they have behavioral challenges that maybe our community can't support, then at that point they would go to a rescue organization. So we're really trying to find very positive outcomes for the animals that come into our care, which is something that's a little bit new for animal care, and something that we're really trying to work towards changing the perception in our community. So that's kind of what we've been up to lately. That was very fast. But are there any questions for me?
Anyone?
Just a quick one. We just approved an increase in the financial support for the city.
Yes.
Are these expanded hours and days going to make it go up even more, or was that included in the amount we were assessed?
That's included in the amount that you were assessed, and that is part of that. Well, it's actually not part of that raise. So this year in our budget, we did not add any additional staff. We are able to do this with our current staff. Our animal control officers are moving to 10-hour shifts, and so we're able to play with that schedule a little bit. The main raise that you're seeing for your budget this year is the feasibility study. That did come at $189,000, and that was split 50-50 between the county and all the cities. So that is that main increase. I think it was around $3,000 for South Weber this year. Is that about correct there? That's exactly. Yep.
Remember when I said studies are expensive?
They're expensive. Yeah. So that is the main key piece there. The other raise that you're seeing in your budget this year is our staffing wages. I have shelter technicians, 10 of them. They're almost half of my staff. And these shelter technicians, previous to this year, they were making around $13 to $14 an hour. I don't know if you've noticed how much McDonald's is paying, but it's significantly higher than that. And we could not staff our shelter technicians. And these are the people that are there 7 days a week caring for these 400 plus animals. It wasn't positions that I could do without. And so thanks to our commission, we were able to get them a small raise, but we have been able to fill these positions with that raise. Our animal control officers also for on call. So our officers work evenings when there's emergent type calls. They were making $15 a day, and that had not been raised in 10 years. No, a day. A day. Yeah. So we were looking at these types of things and really focusing on caring for our people versus adding more staff. And we've seen retention and we've seen our positions fill. Right now I have 1 open position. So it really has significantly helped. But of course, you know, that is that increase there.
Thank you.
So I think you answered one of the questions. We are no-kill centers. Is that correct?
So no kill makes me cringe.
Yeah.
So we are socially conscious animal shelter, and we are socially conscious because it is not realistic or humane for us to say that we're never going to euthanize an animal ever. There comes a point where we get an animal that is so injured that the most humane and reasonable option is euthanasia.
Yeah.
And we also get animals and we're open admission. So if someone has a dog that's bitten 3 times and is chasing neighbors down the street and mail's no longer getting delivered, true story, you know, we're not going to place that dog back into the community because it's not a responsible decision. That being said, we're going to do every single thing we can that's responsible for our organization and our community.
So do we have a timeline, 3 months in and you're done type of thing?
No,
Good.
there's no dates. It just depends
Okay.
how the animal's doing. We had a dog, his name is Poppy, and he was in our care for almost 180 days. And he got adopted. We just want to make sure that they're doing okay while they're with us. I'm not gonna keep an animal there that is mentally deteriorating or injuring themselves. But if they're doing okay, then they're gonna stay with us.
Okay. The second one is that when we were looking at the calls that were assigned to us, we were wondering if we could get any type of call disposition that was kind of describing out of all of those calls, what specifically South Weber is running into, what we're seeing, because obviously if there's anything that we can do to kind of curb that, it would be nice to do. But yeah, it's very interested to see what the majority of our calls and complaints and things that are costing us are.
Is our council getting our monthly reports emailed to them? Are you seeing them? No. Okay. Okay. So we do have an email list that sends out monthly reports. Oh, just you. I'm
I
sorry.
think I'm the only one on that list.
Okay, we can fix that. We can fix that. So every month we do email out. It's a pie chart. I actually brought it with me. I can show you guys.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
That lists all the calls that we're coming out to. So I did pull from just January 1st to today, and it looks like most of our calls, which are 6, are welfare and cruelty checks, and then license follow-ups. So what a license follow-up means is that we sent them a letter saying their license was expired. They didn't renew it. Then our office called them and said their license is expired. And now they have an officer knocking on their door saying, hey, you're not in compliance with the law and we need to get this taken care of. And there are 6 license follow-ups. And then after that, it looks like extra patrols. We were told by your city manager that there were some issues with dog poo in parks and off-leash dogs. So we've been trying to get out here a little bit more and just make sure the parks are doing okay. So we've been out 4 times for just extra patrol. So no call other than just getting out and making sure things are safe and dogs are leashed and all that good stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Ashley, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
for
you
having
coming
me.
out.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
She and I will head out and then you can have all the rest of your meeting, but Ashley is a blessing to Davis County. Maybe you can already tell. Animal care is a very important part of county services. Citizens want all of these services that animal care does. Your city, all of our cities want these services, and yet it would be very inefficient for cities to figure this out on their own and do it, right? We feel like a little bit of turnover before Bob and I came into office with whoever was serving over that department then, and then we had another another director who brought us forward in some ways, and then another director who also brought us forward in some ways. And we've landed the best one of all, which is Ashley. So when she talked about kind of those quick moves for her, her background is animal care from a young age, actually. And yeah, we are just super duper pleased at the county with the progress of each director, but particularly that she was in place to help us moving forward. And it's a big deal, all the things that we're looking into for animal care. There's also the possibility that a new facility would be built on the existing property there, right? So lots of openness to what is best for this entire county and animal care service. I just want to tell you that we are very confident and super grateful that she was where she was to become our next director. So
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, Ashley, I'm impressed. Okay. Thank you very much. Be careful driving back
Be careful
home
when you go outside.
in this wind.
Well, he's my brother when I get home. Okay.
See you. Okay, our next agenda item is public comments, so we'll open it up for public comments. We'll ask individuals to address, they've got 3 minutes or less, state your name and your address, direct your comments to the entire council, and the council will not respond.
Michael Grant, 2622 Deer Run Drive, South Weber. Just a reminder from a month ago, I'm still talking about the no turn on red sign. I don't know, I know you guys are not supposed to respond in this session or later. Maybe if you recommend, I can move an application. That's something that needs to be done at some point in time, unless you have given up the idea of doing anything about it. I know the sign can come down, the one sign that sits on Maverick. What's the plan? Is it even on your radar? At some point, let us know. Thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, thanks. So is he correct? We cannot respond? I thought it was may not.
Will not respond.
Okay.
Anyone else, Paul?
Paul Sturm, 2527 Deer Run Drive. A little preamble to my comments. The comments will be reference to this is regarding the landscape regulations. And I will reference the paragraph. Below the paragraph reference is a box that contains a snipped portion directly out of the packet. Reference packet for paragraph 1015.2, general requirements. Information regarding what is covered in this proposed ordinance with respect to grandfathering existing homeowners is an ongoing concern to South Weber City residents that has been addressed in other South Weber City ordinance updates. This subject is not really addressed until paragraph 1015-4 on packet page 28 of 36, 5 pages later. It is buried in the statement, developer installed landscaping in multifamily, single-family residential projects. 2, reference paragraph 1015.3 definitions. Rehabilitated landscaping. The term rehabilitated landscaping is somewhat open to interpretation if not taken in the context of the reference, page 28 of 36, paragraph 1015-4, where it is used in the proposed ordinance and states, once again, developer installed. Paragraph 1015-3 definitions. Smart automatic irrigation controllers. The use of smart irrigation controllers requires internet access. There are a small percentage of South Weber City residents that do not have internet access. My concern is that if there's forced compliance at a later date, they will not be able to comply. Paragraph 1015-3 definition, waste of water. The use of water for any, okay. Some of the terms used in this are subjective and open to interpretation. Also, how can one control evaporation with so many variables such as temperature, wind, etc. Paragraph 1015-4, applicability of water efficient landscape ordinance. Comment. In general, the standards that follow in the other paragraphs are all a subset of 1015-4. Yet, as presented, some appear to be independent of the 1015-4 content. Reference, paragraph 1015-12, prohibited watering practices. At this point, I'm saying, please see the comments of waste of water above. Reference, paragraph 1015-3, enforcement penalty for violation. I believe that this statement is too broad. I suggest that it be rewritten as the Public Works Director, Planning Service Director, whoever this is, and other selected South Weaver City Public Works Department employees are authorized to enforce all provisions of this ordinance only after having city-sponsored training. Reference, paragraph 1015-15, failure to comply. These fines appear to be excessive when taken in the context of this ordinance. Landscaping is not something that can be done overnight and is expensive to correct if it is carried that far. And my miscellaneous comments regards 1015-3 again, definitions. There appear to be several definitions shown where I could not find the term defined being used in the ordinance itself, such as irrigation system audit, landscape education package. If a definition is not used, it should be removed. Also, the definition of the term precipitation rate makes no sense. One cannot control rainfall. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Hi, my name is Katie Hall, and I just wanted to introduce myself to all of you. I live up in South Ogden. I'm running for state legislature for the House for District 11. I've been out gathering signatures. I've turned in my 1,000 signatures actually, so I will be on the ballot come June. Just wanted to introduce myself to you guys and I'm trying to hit all the city council meetings that are in our district and just kind of meet people and see what's going on in the cities and start talking to people. A little bit about me. We moved here 18 years ago. My husband's an orthopedic surgeon at the Ogden Clinic. I work at Ogden Regional Medical Center. I'm a nurse there. I've been a tennis coach at Bonneville High School for 12 years as well, and I'm not doing that anymore. And I have a lot of time because my 4 boys are all raised. So I've decided to throw my hat in and do something in public service. I'm hoping to be able to represent you. I have a little sheet, a little bit about me, has my website on it. I'd love for you to check it out. Email me, ask me any questions later, or whatever. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming. Okay, our next agenda items is our consent agenda for, and on that is the minutes for February the 8th, 2022. We have any discussion on the consent agenda? Can we ask for a motion then?
So moved.
Second,
Seconded.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Our next item is ordinance 2022-04, Title 1015 Landscape Regulation. Due to the current impact of the prolonged drought across the state, it has become necessary to reduce water usage to prevent this resource for future generations. Weaver Basin, as well as other water districts throughout the state, are implementing incentive programs to help users convert current vegetation to a more water-wise solution. At an October Planning Commission, the commission heard a presentation from Weber Basin about the programs that are available. City staff has reviewed the ordinance and made some revisions. The Planning Commission reviewed the draft ordinance at February 10th, 2022 meeting and recommended approval of the ordinance with minor changes. After discussion, the Planning Commission felt that this section, exceptional design, would need to be discussed. So it was removed from the code to continue the conversation, but did not want to delay the process of getting the landscape ordinances in place. Any discussion on this ordinance?
I have a long list. So I don't know if somebody wants to jump in before me or if you guys just want me to take off with it, but I'll.
Go for it.
Okay. Let me get back to the top here one sec. So I've been kind of going through this, and I have just a couple of questions. I do have to agree with the comment made by Paul that it doesn't really show something for current homeowners. I mean, I see that there's a lot of provisions for new landscapes, particularly commercial, industrial, and that are done by a developer, like a model home. But for our new residents or people who are putting in their yard for the first time that are the homeowner, I feel like it's a little vague. Like if I were to be putting in my yard, I would come here and I would think that these design standards are for me, the homeowner, when they're actually for the commercial industrial developer that's building a model home. Does that make sense? Do you have any thoughts to that? Am I missing something?
No, I think, we can definitely define it earlier in the code and the general requirements. In the general requirements, I mean, it does say all land approved for development in the city shall be constructed as required by city ordinances. So I think that does say that it's for development and not for new homeowners, but we can expand that in there if you want it to be a little more explicit.
Yeah, so I'm just reading 1015.4 where it says the provisions of this ordinance, meaning everything from 1015.4 down. Of this ordinance shall apply to all new and rehabilitated landscaping for public agency projects, private, commercial, and industrial development projects, developer installed landscaping in multifamily and single family residential projects. So there's nothing there for current homeowners or new homeowners that don't fall into that category.
Right. We designed it so that it didn't explicitly require a homeowner installed landscaping project to be constricted to the code. So they can still install as they wish on there, but it was geared towards developer installed anything, basically. Anything that's going to be put in by a developer would need to follow the standards. An individual homeowner wishing to comply would not have to comply with.
So does it cover the ability to flip their strip according to what Weber Basin required?
Yes, so Weber Basin requires us to have in our code language that explicitly encourages the use of water-wise landscaping. So not requiring our residents to grant, not basically disallowing grandfathering, that wasn't a requirement for Weber Basin. It was just basically making sure the city is being proactive on having provisions in the code that require some elements of water-wise landscaping, but it didn't necessarily even have to gear toward residential development. It could have been towards commercial development and still counted toward the flip district program.
Okay. Can I interject really quick on that point? So are you referring to 1015.5.3 where it says park strips and other landscaped areas less than 8 feet wide shall be landscaped with water conserving plants that do not, this is grammatically incorrect, that do not mass planting of any type of plant material requiring uniform overhead spray irrigation? Is that the section you're referring to? Because I was having a little bit of difficulty with that as well. Like, is that what Weber Basin is saying? this section is eligible for flip the strip?
It's all of it, right? It basically, we didn't even have to say it was required. We could have just said that it was encouraged, or a homeowner may install water-wise landscaping for their park strip.
But it says shall be.
We put in the shall be. So basically,
That would be for the commercial, industrial, because of the
the park
15.
strip is the
4
only
above.
one that's required for everyone. And then if you're a homeowner installed, then it's optional.
You're saying the park strip requirement is for everybody, including residential, right?
That is putting in a new new landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they have to do something that would correspond with the flip the strip program from Weaver Basin.
Mhm. Is
For
how we've
home,
written it.
for residential homeowners as well?
For residential homeowners that install a new landscape, their park strip would have to be water-wise landscaping in this code. We don't
Okay.
have to require it, but that was what.
So
was recommended.
question, going back again to 1015.4, if we want it to be for new landscaping properties that are not developer installed, are we covering it there? Because I'm seeing only if the developer is installing your landscaping in multifamily or single family residential projects, do you need to follow these provisions? If it's just a homeowner in a new home putting in their park strip, is that including them in that provision?
So, well,
Are you suggesting that we just need a phrase and new homeowner installed landscaping?
And owner of property or whatever, is all that needs to be added
In
in
that
there,
1015.4,
Yes, I feel like it's not really very clear who that's referring to. And I get what you're saying about not forcing people to do this, because we discussed this in code committee where we wanted to always include the option. We don't want to prohibit their option to flip their strip or do something different in their park strip, but we didn't want to require it of them. I don't know how the council feels about requiring from homes going forward, but that was a discussion that we had there. I personally feel requiring for homeowners, personal property owners going forward, that it could be encouraged but not required, is how I would personally like to see that happen, but I will leave that up to the council.
can I just,
Yes, please go ahead.
so you've been mentioning developer installed a lot. How often does that happen? I mean, a lot of homes, people buy the home, but they do their own landscaping. So is this,
Usually
like
just model homes.
98%.
Yeah.
So-
It's just
Yeah.
the model
So-
home.
is that a meaningless phrase just so we can get a
Not-
code out there?
Not necessarily. We don't have to require it of single family homes. I would require it in a multifamily home. I've seen projects for patio home communities that are developer installed landscaping properties where the developer installs basically the whole landscaping, and the HOA, you pay a higher HOA fee to maintain that landscaping. So it does happen, not all the time. So we can remove that if you don't want single family developer installed. We just felt that as we put together the code, we tried to keep that same thing that Haley was talking about in mind, of not requiring it of homeowners, encouraging it of homeowners, but not requiring it. But if it was a developer installed, developer led initiative, then we would require it, because we felt that was maybe more holistic there. And we didn't force the hand of a homeowner to come in and have to comply to the.
So I almost think that it might be helpful to create 10-15- it would be 3, but just before this 1015.4, that it refers to single family homeowners are encouraged, for their park strip or whatever the council feels is proper on that. Because if we put or current homeowners, then they're also going to have to incur everything in the remainder of this ordinance, which in some cases for commercial and industrial, we're requiring a higher standard, which I think is great, but I don't necessarily want to cry that of every homeowner in South Weaver.
And before you start, just coming from somebody who has really no idea about this, but I've always kind of assumed certain rules. Out there, my understanding is that it's illegal in South Weaver to flip your strip to basic gravel and some plants. And I can't remember where I heard that from, but I know that it was one that was going around. So I do want to express, if we can make it very simple for the homeowner. Here's what the Flip the Strip program is. And if we're going to encourage it, I mean, Lehigh, if you want to see anybody who actually encourages, they do a great job and actually list all the plants that are available and all the things that, our Weber Conservatory up there can promote. And it says, here's the trees, here's the plants, go right ahead. These are fantastic, kind of promoting that. But yeah, I would really encourage you to make that completely separate from the next part of the industrial, the commercial, the HOAs, the townhomes, any of these others. As we start getting into different groups, I would really second that. So
Yeah, I feel like in an attempt to make it really succinct, it makes it really convoluted. I mean, that we're all looking at this going, what does this really mean? And we will have homeowners go, am I in compliance or am I not? Because I don't understand what this means. So I feel like we should add a separate subsection for homeowners. We don't need to put everything in 1015-4.
We could simply add a line to 1015-4 that say current homeowners are encouraged, because this is the applicability section and it says all of these people
Homeowner installed landscapes are
Homeowner.
encouraged, but not
encouraged
bound
to follow
by-
these ordinances but not required. Or if you want it to stand out, then you could create a section right in front of that that talks about current homeowners or homeowner installed. So
some of the ones that I've seen actually talk about localscapes.com actually put the email address in their code that, as part of this saying,
It is in
go
there.
look at this and stuff. And it's really kind of interesting. So,
It's right there.
oh, we got it too. Awesome.
And just for reference, we did have different plants specified in our code years ago, but
Yeah.
what we found was that some of them that were specified were not really thriving here. So we were holding people to a standard that really wasn't attainable. So I think that's where this local scape kind of comes in.
So that it
If
keeps on
that
moving and changing. That makes good sense.
So just to clarify, we want to create this distinct, portion where it says homeowner installed landscaping, either a subsection or another section that says homeowner installed landscaping are not subject to, but encouraged by the following code to abide, encouraged to abide,
Yeah.
or may abide by.
Yeah. In answer to your question, Joel, about us prohibiting it, that's why we started in code committee to look at this. We want to make sure that we were allowing them to. We actually couldn't find anything that disallowed anything. We didn't actually have any requirements for our perk strip or any prohibitions on it either. So that was something that we had all heard, but actually wasn't in our code to disallow or allow. But I do think that creating something for our homeowners who are looking at this and saying, okay, what do I need to do with my park strip would be very beneficial, both to the council, planning commission, and ourselves, and our citizens. So
I'd love to know how the council feels about that 1015-5, paragraph 3, that it says shall be landscaped with water conserving plants, or do we need to say maybe or encourage?
Well, but
What's the
If
intent on
you
this?
add in 1015-4, which everything below that then applies, that the current homeowners are encouraged to follow the same standards basically below. They're saying if you're going to do the zero, that's what you shall, or the zeri, as Wes always corrects me. But the park strip does not have to, I mean, if you're not gonna not put grass in there, then you follow all this. Is that the way I understand it? If you're gonna put grass in there, you just put grass in there and sprinklers.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Because you're
the
just
idea
saying
is
it's
that a
encouraged by
homeowner
that homeowner now.
Okay.
is able to do what they would like.
so basically the shall would require the commercial, industrial,
Or the developer
Developer.
install.
and then may would follow for homeowners.
Okay, so,
Do you think that would
yes,
be clear?
and I'm with you. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Clear to the average
Yes,
Joe?
yeah. So it's pretty easy for us to go, oh, yes, you're good.
That's why
You
I
don't
almost
have to
wonder
do
if,
that.
if doing something 10-15-3, like before, like, hey, homeowners, you're here. We recommend you conserve water, park strip, flip the strip, blah, blah, blah. Local scapes, find out more information. And then the 10-15-4, where it's applicable to everybody down below. I don't know. I don't write code, but
Perhaps
Code committee.
I don't write it. I just sit and
tells us
pick
what to
at it
do.
and say,
No.
nope.
So let me ask you this. So if, because I was surprised we didn't have anything that we could let people start doing the flip the strip program after we met with that meeting with Weaver Basin.
Mhm.
If we go to flipping all that and changing it, we can modify this at any time.
Yes.
But if we put that in there and make a clarification in there, homeowners can start flipping their strip and getting the money before the money's gone with Weaver Basin.
And
Yeah.
that was a big concern of mine, was to get this done quickly.
And
So
I would love to get it done if we can add a couple things and then we can massage it and change it, do whatever.
I think a sentence of homeowner installed landscapes may abide by the following provisions. And then I think that one line would clarify the confusion that's there.
okay.
Well, and just to throw one
Encouraged
thing
but
into
not
that,
required.
yeah,
Mhm.
and one more pitch for the separate is that, are we sure going forward, we also don't want to have any other type of regulations that go around the park strips, including trees, size of trees, overbranching, pulling over into the sidewalks. I mean, a lot of different code has gone into those kind of details, especially where you have trucks and utility going down streets and being hit by the trees and those kind of things. I don't know, I'm asking the question. If so, then we really should pull it out into its own. If we're not going to have anything else, then yeah, let's just throw another sentence and say it's done. But if not, pull it out.
There's a tree selection section in paragraph D.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
You feel good about that, or you want to change?
We're going to hit a lot on trees at the end.
Okay.
Oh,
I think
thought
to
I
answer-
thought we were about done.
No, Blair, you sit tight.
Yeah, this is
We're
our
only at number
first.
one. Sit back and relax.
Can I just add one clarifying question? We obviously have a lot of concerns with this. And we're all, before we jump into all that, what actually is required
Mhm.
from Weaver Basin, from us, in order to allow the residents to do it? Do we have to have this big, huge, full document that's got a lot of stuff that's not really clear? Or can we put out a simplified statement that gets it moving and then we can make this right?
So what's required is a code that encourages the use of xeriscape water-wise landscaping. It doesn't have to explicitly require it from everybody, but it just needs to encourage it and list xeriscaping. The base code that we used as the template for this came from Weaver Basin. It was a lot more strict than what's seen before you. Basically, it required everything from everybody. They have seen some cities that just implemented a requirement for their commercial landscaping to be water-wise landscaping, and then left everything else open to however you wanted to implement it. They would just basically, it's a little bit of a I don't know if it's a carrot or stick, not quite sure, but basically saying that we need you to have code that strongly encourages that in order to give away the grant funding for the Flip the Strip program. So it can be more simple than what you see before you. We can definitely clear up any confusions or anything that needs more clarification in here. Yeah. So
just some perspective from code committee is, when we started to look at this, we kind of saw our landscaping code needs a lot of help. So that's kind of why you're seeing it come back where it's at is, well, if we're going to do this, let's go ahead and look at these other items too. So,
Okay. I think the red line version in the packet paints that picture,
mhm.
is that there's a lot more in this than what our current landscaping code has in an attempt to do just what Haley and Trevor has said.
Okay, 10-15-5, number 2, just because I have a hill in my yard. So they shall be landscaped with deep rooting, water conserving plants for erosion control and soil stabilization. Is existing native plants something that is okay?
Yeah. Like,
Does the code clarify that? Because none of my plants on my hill are watered except for the ones I'm trying to water, which keep dying. But the sagebrush and everything, they just grow.
Yeah, so what would happen in that instance, if it's a developer installed, they do have to submit the landscape plan, and that's where we would have a review and just ensuring that the planting that you're suggesting on the hill does meet that qualification, basically. So normally, natural hillside is normally what you're looking at. I know this is specifically like the Gateway was proposing using this existing landscaping that's on the natural landscaping that's on the site as the hillside, and that as long as that meets that requirement, then we would be okay with that.
So 10-15-5B under mulch, this is just something I also wanted to get a perspective from the council on. Specifically, so again, not with homeowners' yards, but specifically with commercial and industrial. What I don't want to see is areas where they're going to be placing a lot of mulch or rocks and a little bit of plants. You know, you have 100 feet of frontage or something, and you've got 6 little baby plants and everything else is rocks. So I'm wondering, is there a way that we can, I don't know, the only word I could think of to encourage more plants and less mulch is percentage mulch visible after the maturity of the plant, so that it's kind of require them to fill that space with plants. I don't know how the council feels. I don't know if that's something that we could be written in there. But where we have a little bit of commercial fronting, that we would probably want to have a little bit fuller garden beds than just rocks.
A lot fuller.
I like rocks.
So I like rocks too, and
I do.
I'm sitting here going,
So, I mean, again, it's a personal thing.
it is, it totally
hard
is. So it's
Yeah.
really hard for someone to say, that looks really great. There's no weeds. I don't have 1,000 plants here. I don't have 50 plants, but I don't have weeds.
I'm not talking about homeowners though.
Right.
Commercial.
Yes, I'm with you. But then that also comes back to our whole enforcement.
Mhm.
If they're not watering these plants and they have 50 awesome plants for, 4 weeks and they die,
Yeah.
then we have to enforce that too.
Well,
It's maintenance for
yeah.
people.
Yeah.
It really is.
Mhm.
And some people are good at it and some people aren't.
Well, but the code actually does require an automated sprinkler system
Mhm.
that has bubblers going right over it. Well, not bubblers, because those are bad according to me. But yeah, it
Drip
talks
lines.
specifically about it. I guess I'm less worried about industrial and commercial as much as I am the 2 entrances of our city. Because as you come into the city, I would rather have the option for trees, water-wise plants, things that are actually going to, make the entrance look a little bit better than Phoenix, Arizona. Nothing wrong with Phoenix. I'm just saying, we're not in that low of a desert. So to me, putting it as just all straight rocks and allowing for 1 or 2 literal sage brushes that can be planted, I would like to see it, especially on our entryways to the cities. And I don't know if we do that by an overlay or we do something else, but yeah, that's.
So I just had one question
Yeah,
piggybacking
please.
on that is in concerning this section, they don't have to put any plants or trees in. Am I right? We're not actually, we give them a couple of
Yeah, it's 35%.
on the landscaping standards.
Well, no, Weaver Basin actually recommends that because remember, this isn't on the personal side anymore. This is on commercial.
Right.
So it recommends 35% of the plant material can't have an overhead sprinkler. So everything else has to be either a single plant or whatnot to have the drip irrigation.
It's 15% on a commercial or
Yeah.
industrial.
And I was going to say,
Institutional.
yeah, that they have to have landscaping, right?
Mhm.
And then this specifically calls out of that 15%, 35% of that can be plant,
Mhm.
and that's it. That's very harsh. Well, I'm sure the Water Conservatory would love that. I would like to see something a little bit more in the, I don't know. He's thinking.
Well, no, I mean, I'll take my front yard and just go by my
Yeah.
front yard. So I would say I probably have 30 trees and plants in that.
Mhm.
That's probably barely 35% because you're talking an area this big
Mhm.
out of a rock bed. And it's a lot of maintenance. I mean, it's worse than grass.
Yeah.
And so I would say that, sorry, I'm off, my mic's on. But I would say that 35% is fairly significant when you look at the cross of park strip, when you're just talking plants this big versus the whole area. You're not counting the bush, you're counting right here.
So I'm confused then. So
Right, yeah.
so all of those numbers here are just the park strip? Because my understanding.
No, is that the entire thing?
Yeah, that's the entire yard. That's the backyard, the side yards, everything on a model home even is going to be, you can only have 35% of that entire land as grass, because that's the one that's the overhead sprinkler.
Oh, that's pretty small then.
Yeah, I mean, your entire backyard, I mean, that's hardcore. So again, Arizona, those kind of things match up, and eventually we're probably going to get into, water where we need it, but.
But let's say someone wants to do that,
Oh, yeah, they can.
right?
Yeah.
We should allow them to be able
Oh,
to
yeah.
do that.
And we don't have anything that prevents that, but we shouldn't say that you have to do that. And that's the thing with any of the
I think it's important to remember with that 35% is developer installed landscaping. And so if the developer doesn't install the landscaping, the homeowner's not going to be held to the 35%.
But what does this count for? Townhomes, HOAs, all of those kind of things. So now an HOA would also be 35%.
It does have a provision of active recreation areas in the code as well. So in a townhome, we're looking at, the park strip, the little front yard that's there, and perhaps a little backyard. But then as you look at the entire site, yes, there's the provision that they can't go over 35%, but that needs overhead irrigation, but that is outside of the active recreation. So if they have an open space that has an active recreation site on it, then that wouldn't be covered under the same provisions. That could remain separate from that.
So sorry, 10-15-7 is landscapes in new single-family residential developments. That's only developer created ones. So if a developer's putting in a single family, he can only put 35% of the yard in grass.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yeah.
Max. The rest has to be
Rocks.
something that is not
Mulch.
over.
It can be
Overhead
drip
spray.
irrigation. So
Right.
yeah, it would be plants and those kind of
Yeah,
things.
it's the
That's
total landscaped area. So yeah,
And is this wording from Weaver Basin?
it's just
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
wording is from Weaver Basin.
this is recognition.
Now,
recognition
if
from
we
Weaver.
we
don't
can
put that
change.
in there, they still are eligible for flip the
Yeah.
strip.
Correct. Yeah.
Take it out.
I hope you're keeping a list, Angie.
Shoot, I guess I better keep typing then.
Okay, I know Joel mentioned he has lots to say about trees, so I'll just say two quick things and he can add it to his list. Just one thought was a suggestion of the number of trees required for the developer or commercial. Again, I'm just not seeing that they have to put trees in, just what kind of trees they can choose to put in. So I'm not sure if that's correct or not. And then just on number 6, and maybe Angie, maybe there's some thoughts that you can give, but our previous code did state the caliper of trees, how wide each one would be, went through. to make sure that we didn't have any little stick trees. I didn't see that in here, so just something to touch on.
It
Um,
does.
Do you want to go into trees since we're right here, Joel?
Sure.
Okay.
And of course, that was the biggest part about it, is that it doesn't in any way promote trees, which, I mean, if we're going to get into the reality, if we're actually trying to conserve water and we're not just trying to appease the water conservatory, the larger trees actually do that. They actually get it down to the aquifers a lot quicker and easy. It's part of the tree cycle, and you can see some really good stuff on it. But again, when we're looking at the entranceways to the city, having trees, especially in a windy city like we are, not only does it help in reducing sound, reducing dust, reducing any other type of the wind effects that hits everything, I think it behooves us as a city to actually promote or require trees in certain areas, especially in any areas that we're going to have, let's say anything around the pit. Would be perfect to have some type of trees that are also going to slow things down. The one thing that I would also suggest is that when we do the trees as a part of code, looking through the other cities, they actually say that out of say like 400 square feet of landscaped area, there has to be one tree planted or one tree preserved or whatever. And that's also to promote it, because our little valley is great, but we only have so many trees. State actually protects some of the old large ones that we have, but only a few of those still exist. And the more we cut down, the more we're actually going to increase our temperature here, reducing our water ability to conserve it, because now the wind's going to dry us out quicker. It's also going to make the grass. So if we're seriously looking in, do we want to conserve water, then we need to actually add trees. And I'm looking here at, and I know I bring up all the other cities, but I'm looking here at Bluffdale, and that's one of the ones that they really do, is they went through a whole cycle, because I'm from down there, where everything was farmland. They had trees just along the borders of all of the farmland. Everybody came in, did all the construction, cut down all those trees that were on the borders as they were doing it. And now they're in a definite round of promoting and growing back all of that type of trees. So trees are one that I think is pretty important. I would even say that we could put that as part of the excellent or high grade materials that are used within some of the developments, saying if you're actually going to put in maturing trees that have a certain top, 20 some odd feet or whatever, and Water Conservatory actually lists those, so we wouldn't be stepping outside of that bounds. I think that would actually be a very big win for that. But even if that has to be as an overlay just for the two entrances, because after 3 years, I think it is, the water is very minimal on what it has required. But so that's what I had to bring up on the trees. I sound like the Lorax, I know.
You speak for the trees.
You speak for the trees.
Did you just give yourself a new nickname?
There you go.
Lorax.
I'll go with Lorax. That'd be good.
I am the Lorax.
And some city code actually breaks it down into deciduous trees in the other area.
So are you suggesting that we add that to our exceptional design standards
Yes.
when we get to it, and,
Yep.
and leave this as is for now?
I would add it into there, and including, like I said, in the others where they say for how much square feet is actually going to be developed, this is how many trees have to be in that area, however they want to put that. But I do think we do need to add something so that our two entrances to the city, whether that's an overlay or not, has a component where maybe the restrictions we're doing has an overlay that says we can have more pleasing of an entryway.
Well, I'm not sure that an overlay would be necessary, because commercial is our entrances. That's all we really have. So I think if we want to add something to this provision in trees, we could just do that here on this
Okay.
one, or attach it to the exceptional design standards.
That's what I would like to see. Like I said, I can't speak for everyone else, but I do think that's an important add.
Okay. Let's see, 10.15.7E. I was just curious, in the PC packet, that was all red striped. Was that supposed to be left out or?
No, the planning commission asked for that to be put back in
Oh, okay.
because I had taken it out because I had removed anything that referenced the owner, and I must have just been delete happy and got rid of it because that provides the timelines of which they should be installed. So
Okay.
that's why the planning commission asked it for it to be put back in, which I agreed with.
Okay.
That absolutely is necessary.
10:15:8, number 1. I read like 4 times and I kept getting mixed up. What are we telling them? Specifically the 40%.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
10:15:8, number 1. What are we saying with the 40% of the landscape? Tell me what that means.
I think it means that our previous code said it can't exceed 35, and so HOAs can't make it higher than that to exceed
can't.
40%.
They can't put more than 40% of plants with the overhead spray?
They can't require it in their HOA.
Oh.
So in essence, this is doing exactly what the state legislature is trying to stop
Okay.
from happening, is requiring grasses. So this is saying that homeowner associations cannot require it anything larger than 40%.
Okay, that makes sense. And then regarding the park strip, particularly with commercial, our previous code did notate that the 15% landscaping did not include their park strip, and that's not something that is in this new one. And I think that's something that we probably, I don't know, council, how you feel, but I would like to see the park strip not included in their 15% landscaping requirements. Sorry, that was 10:15:9. And there was our previous code that had stated that. I'm sorry, I don't have where that was at though. I don't read the red line, it's too confusing.
I do not blame you.
Whatever, you read both.
I think that's okay.
So I just want to, is that a consensus among the council to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good, yeah.
Inadvertently, we all looked at Quinn.
I
nodded.
I'll put it
but
down.
I'm no pressure.
Someone's gonna have fun.
Okay, so out of her list, she knocked down a lot of mine. One of them that I do have still a question on, 10:15:7. New construction homes shall have landscaping and irrigation plans approved by the city planning department prior to the issuance of the building permits. So again, this is just home builders, not but so if we're building a single home, that needs to come to the city for approval. And what is the city going to use for its approval methods? I've seen where you get into a lot of the detail about the water pressure and what kind of things, but is that something that we really want to push onto the city? Does it have resources to handle, say, like a new development coming in down at the other end? Is it going to matter? Because I'm still, either one of you.
Sure.
He was moving towards the mic, so I was like,
Landscaping plans are part of the requirement for a new development that being approved. And
So this will just add the
this is-
irrigation portion to it.
This is already.
Is it there?
This is already something
Okay.
that's happening.
Okay. And then
and just to clarify, it doesn't require the new individual homeowner to bring in a plan. It's just a developer installed development.
Okay. And I didn't see any differentiation between commercial and light industrial or any of those kind of things. Does it matter? I mean, I don't know how much light industrial we really have available in the city, nor whether it needs to be landscaped or not. But
Yeah.
does it need to be broken up by zone? It's more of a question to you than.
It speaks of commercial, industrial, and institutional landscaping, and so I feel like it does cover light industrial as a use. I mean, if you wanted to differentiate the requirements for each of those, that's prerogative of the council.
I'm more asking, so it's not something I'm necessarily recommending. I'm just making sure that this doesn't have to be broken up by zone. Don't forget the trees. That's it. Thank
Well,
you.
that is one question on the trees. Is that something we bring back later, or is it something that wants to be included in the amendment?
Do you have a way to say it that we could include it here until we can get around to those exceptional design standards? While he's looking at that, I'm just reviewing Paul's notes and was wondering about the waste of water provision that he had. As far as, being subjective and open. I know some of this would be just follow our regular code enforcement, which would be, given their, what do they call that when they have so many days to fix it?
Cure period.
Cure period. Letting people know they have water sprinklers shooting into the road and to get it fixed or whatnot. But is there a better way that, is there concerns there with council?
Are you talking about the failure to comply, or are you talking about the waste of water?
The definition of waste of water specifically, which has been brought up in the prohibited water practices in 10.15.12.
Sometimes in code, there's areas that need to be a little bit more subjective so that we have a little bit more.
Leeway.
I mean, you have
leeway
waste
on
of water in
enforcement.
your definition area.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's wondering about if that definition is too subjective. Let me just piggyback on this regarding the enforcement. So I know that we talked about the public or directors, planning department heads being able to do enforcement, where this one specifically states out the planning service director and other selected South Weaver employees. What would their role be? If an employee does need to go and do some enforcement here, what would it be?
That was one area that I needed to, because Dave pointed out, and I don't know how I missed this, we didn't include the code enforcement officer in that list of people. What we may want to do on the enforcement, in light of the code enforcement update that we're currently working on, perhaps it's something that we want to reference, those that can do code enforcement, that are empowered by the law to do code enforcement, shall have the ability to enforce. And then the enforcement would go similar through the code enforcement process that we have. One other thing is we could do this now, or we could do it when we implement the code enforcement, is we may want to update the fine area in the failure to comply so that it matches the same as our code enforcement language. Granted, we don't have that code enforcement language like approved, so we may just want to notate that as an amendment when we go through it, but then we would have to go through the planning commission again. So that might be a little more messy. We could say in compliance with the code enforcement enforcement provisions as outlined in the code.
Most of this enforcement's by your secondary water, which is much more strict than the city anyway.
That's true. And then I don't know if you're ready, Joel, but one more answer to Paul regarding the definitions, and you can fact check me here, Trevor, but one thing that we haven't learned in code is sometimes it's beneficial to define words that you don't utilize in your code, so somebody can't try and define something else with a word. So even though you don't use it, you can say, nope, we have that, and here's our definition of that, and it kind of just beefs up your code a little bit.
Okay. So looking at some of the examples that I want to do and whatnot, I really think that if we're going to, number one, get this passed so that we can get park strips done so that people can actually start applying for the program. I've applied for it or tried to apply for it the last 2 years, and literally they open it in March, and by April 1st, they're already out of all of the money. And if you go there right now, they already say, we're not even supporting it right now in your area, many of the changes. So I'll hold off on all of the tree as long as we can still, we'll put that through code committee and we'll get it, out. I would suggest that we pull that out so that we can get the park strips so that people can get that part done. Personally, I'd also recommend if there's parts with the code enforcement, other than just a simple line, we just go on and pull that out. I'd rather see things pulled out right now so that we can get, for the citizens, the chance to start doing the park strip, and then we can handle it, some of these more piecemeal, one at a time type of thing. So I'll hold off on any of my trees.
That's not
That
speaking for
hurts.
them.
It hurts.
You're no longer the Lorax. You've lost it.
I tell you, he gave up.
Am I the onceler in this narrative?
So I agree with the Joel's sentiments here about, and I've heard other councils state that we just need to get this passed so people can utilize those funds, and I agree with that. I do have a list of items though, and I just want to run this past council to make sure we've got them all. We're not going to change it tonight, but that we can at least have direction for staff. Is that fair? Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go down the list. 10-1504 include something that says residential is not being forced to comply, but encouraged to comply with developer standards, developer installed standards. 10-1505A3. Oh crap, hold on. It doesn't make sense. It needs grammatical adjustments to that one. 10-15-7A, remove 35% as a requirement. 10-15-7B, remove 35% as a requirement. 10-15-9, 15% landscaping does not include the mow strip. Mow strip's not included in that figure. 10-15-13, add a code enforcement officer. And 10-15-14, we didn't talk about buffer yard 8-foot masonry fence. It says 6 to 8, but I would think 8 would be appropriate. And I'd be happy to throw that in right now.
Sounded like a motion.
The only thing I have that you didn't add is enforcement and compliance sections. But other than that, you got everything I wrote down. Did you say 8-foot masonry on that?
Yes,
Is that-
ma'am.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Do you want me to make that motion?
Would we like
Yeah.
to make a motion?
Okay.
Can I ask one quick question before she makes the motion? So how long will it be before this gets readdressed?
How long do you want it to be?
I mean, is this gonna sit for a year or is this?
No,
gonna-
I wouldn't anticipate a year. What would need to happen is it needs to go back to planning commission. I don't believe we'll hit the March planning commission because it needs to have another public hearing associated with it to reopen it to make the edits. So it most likely will be the April planning commission, and then we can bring it to you. It would have to be the May city council because there's no city council on the 4th week of April.
Just as long as it's still on the docket. Thank you.
And if that's the schedule, just so you know, we will miss the flip the strip this year.
Yeah. that's what I was
Well,
gonna say.
unless we
Well,
make a motion
approve it.
tonight.
Right.
Not if we
approve
approve
it.
it tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, even
If
after
when
we
we
approve it, I
open
don't
the
want it
design
just to,
standards.
get forgotten.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I
so-
won't forget. There's trees.
So are you suggesting approve it as is
With the.
With her,
With
with
the
her
amendment.
comments.
with those comments?
Changes.
So
Sorry.
the only thing with adding my changes is that some of them have to be reworded. Like,
Maybe just not the paragraph one that has to be reworded.
okay, I'll go for it again.
Okay.
Okay,
Reworded. Sorry, okay, go for it again.
okay. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Ordinance 2022-04, Title 10, Chapter 15, and Landscape Regulations with the following corrections. An inclusion that says Section 10-1504 to include residential. Residents are encouraged to comply, but not forced to comply with developer installed standards. Grammatical errors being corrected in Section 10-1505A3. 10-1507A, remove 35% as a requirement. 10-1507B, remove 35% as a requirement. 10-1509, to notate that 15% landscaping The mow strip is not included in that calculation. 10, 15, 13 include code enforcement officer. 10, 15, 4, notate buffer yard is an 8-foot masonry fence.
14.
10, 15, 14.
I'll second that.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Oh, yes, I will second that.
Second that. We'll have a roll call vote, starting with Councilman Halverson.
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Michelle, I'll give that to you. Okay.
Next item on the agenda is a discussion item on the legislative review. What's going on down south, and we're going to turn some time to Dave to take care of that.
Yeah, quick update from today's LPC. The phrase that we used was, this is the busiest season or the busiest week of the session. And so anticipate action alerts, anticipate a lot of emails from the league directly to you for those types of items. They spent a lot of time today discussing the water meter, secondary water meter, saying that they're still working on details with that. They also talked about some bills that just recently passed that the league had been working on and kind of celebrated a little bit with Garrity interviews and things like that. But as far as what is coming, a lot of the land use bills that have been worked and talked about for so long are just starting to become public and have numbers and things like that. And so that's really what they're saying is watch and pay attention to as far as the land use bills, specifically the land use consensus bill that they have that have been worked on. That's one that's having lots of conversation. There's small area plans and plan development around transit. Those sections are really starting to take shape. And so it was really watch for these things as they come out, but there wasn't specific conversation about each of them other than the conversations that have taken place to this point that LPC has been able to direct the league on what those negotiations should include, that they're working to try to include those things. But Haley, do you have more that you'd like to add to the land use section?
Always. Yeah, just a couple of things that I wanted to let you guys be aware of. I sat in on a couple of committee meetings, which had some bills I was watching for and some other ones that I wasn't aware of. They just, by way of information, HB 410 was a Great Salt Lake watershed. It allowed a program to make sure that our Great Salt Lake is being protected and being preserved. There's actually a lot of public comment from people who know way more than I do that were actually really excited. Some people have been studying the lake for 30 years and feel like they haven't really gotten anywhere, but feel like this is finally the opportunity we have to actually change things. The lake has dropped 11 feet since the pioneers came here. And just to kind of give that perspective, 1 foot is 150 square miles. So we've lost about 1,650 square miles in what was once covered by water. SB 110 is water as part of the general plan. This particular bill requires municipalities to amend their general plan by December of 2025 to include at least a 1% reduction in municipal water, culinary water. It is not required for cities of the 5th class, which is what we are. However, we are welcome to participate in that anyway and do so, and I encourage that we do. Today there was a bill, HB 232, which actually had to do more with Utah Lake, so it didn't necessarily impact us particularly, but it allowed Utah Lake to have more local control and elected officials in that area to be able to control what happens at the lake, which was a good thing, but there was some concern of some things that were not included in it and that it will set a precedent. This is the first time we've been in local control to a lake. Bear Lake doesn't have it. Other state parks don't have this, where local control is there. If you take away local control, it also means that you utilize city taxes or county taxes to maintain and upkeep that. So any city that has a lake or a state park in their boundaries, this could be coming forward for us too, which we have the Great Salt Lake and Antelope Island. So nothing that's in the immediate future, but it is a possibility. The secondary water metering did pass the House. There is some concerns there as far as everybody's on board with the meaning behind it, but it does require all municipalities to install secondary metering by 2030. And a lot of people just aren't sure that that's very realistic, both on a time scale, a supply and demand scale, and a financial scale. I'm sure Blair could add more to that. 2030. There is a provision, a substitute was added to include some ARPA funds to help with that. Although the discussion was even if one city could get all of those funds, it wouldn't be enough to actually help them. And so what's going to happen is it's going to come down to the residents that use that water rates increasing. So, and I was confused. Can you, he mentioned that he encouraged all of us to contact the Senate and include the 400,000 fiscal note, 400 million fiscal note, but it's in the substitute. So I was confused by that. Did you catch that?
No, I had the same question.
Okay, I was really confused by that.
I pulled up the fiscal note, it's like 252 million.
252, thank you. I'm
And,
really bad with numbers.
So it's, yeah, and it's attached, but it's not, I don't think it's part of the substitute bill. I don't know how they attach that.
Okay. There's another one coming up, HB 416, which the ULCT strongly opposes. It actually requires the Office of Property Rights Ombudsman's office to annually review our local ordinances and make sure that they're good. So it just kind of overreaches in that local government. So they're hoping to oppose that one. There is going to be an update to, I thought was HB 82, isn't that IADUs? Isn't that HB 82? Am I missing my numbers up?
No, I think that's right.
Anyway, someone's coming up with that
I
one
forget the
regarding,
numbers from last year as we talk about the numbers from this year.
it's going to include an ability, they just barely said it, but an ability to gain impact fees off of that, which is actually a concern the code committee had. Not a huge concern probably for our city, but something to consider. So that's good. Last two things is they are sending out action alerts for bills. They did come out and they all went to my spam folder. So make sure that you are checking your spam or that they didn't go, because I missed their latest action alert. And then my favorite provision is SB 34 plus. Katie, I'm looking at you. This is still not out yet. Right now it's sitting at 118 pages. SB 34 is the moderate income housing, as we all know. They've got a plus to it now. Senator Waldrop had some pretty strong comments to city councils to go back and tell our citizens that if we don't do this, then we're going to lose our values as a state.
Is he the bill sponsor?
Yes.
Thank you.
It did not make me happy, and apparently there's some comment today that it didn't make others happy either. So then they're going to actually include incentives for those who do more within the menu. What those incentives are, we don't know. There was some pushback on how we're requiring all this high density housing and it's not actually helping with the moderate income. There was a discussion on that, which was interesting. They did release some data and I played with the numbers. So in 2017, Utah did 23,000 building permits. And of those, 52% were for single family and 43% were for apartments, condos, and duplexes. And in 2021, that's just been going up and up. We almost doubled our amount of building permits that we've done since 2017. 2021 ended with almost 40,000 building permits. And of those, 56% are high density housing with 44% single family. So we've almost perfectly flipped. And it's not really making anything affordable. So I am anxiously awaiting what that bill has to say. It is said to have it will pass. It has the support of both houses and the governor. So we'll see what they're gonna do to us next. So that's all I have.
Very good.
Okay, next item then is our retreat business. Do we want to take a break for a minute before we go into that?
Yes.
Make a motion, we take a break.
Second.
I
There is nothing there.
Some of you read.
But that still hasn't gone down. So that we could that year of God still and it's not coming back. Like industrial. Yeah. It's something I wanted to bring up with these guys when I was looking at some of the other cities. They actually take culinary water also and do a kind of a green, yellow, red, everything. And when it says, there's no watering except twice a week. It gets into it because the culinary water we're using as well. But if you look at the graph, you can see where the secondary water, culinary is down here. Secondary water use every month goes so high, I think 10 times the use. I mean, it's back down. So we're going to get, we either are going to become Arizona or we're going to have something. I don't bring up ocean stuff. That's the thing. We keep on doing more and more buildings. You got to realize we use 60 gallons of water a day. All it does is take somebody quick example. Here's how much water we can get. Find it. They do it, but they've got two different bodies pushing it. They've got the water conservatory groups and then you got the builders. There's part of what we need to have. How do you go? Oh, I know you do. Well, that's what it's for. Yeah, the more sometimes I look at something and I get cross-eyed and it's like, well, I just need somebody else to hate on it for me. Guess what? If you want me to do something like that, yeah.
Put together, yeah. She started, well, it started 1808 to 1852. For both of them. Right. Okay. This is how I write this because then if I need to go back, I'm sorry, I'm a scientist, I'm an engineer, I track the traits.
Oh, we have dinner?
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I had it. We put our, not in tax, we read, no, just out of, you know, right, because, yeah, or by, we were. Four, yeah, four, this four. Now, they understand, there's things you know about it. You know what they question is for. Sagebrush. Oh, yeah, we're going. You can take that like no.
Sitting in Lisa's lunchbox. Is this where she sits every? Nope. No. Yeah, no, I haven't. I know. It's been really nice not to have to feed more.
Is it cold?
It's still cold from my car. That in my trunk all day.
Dave, how long do you think we'll be in this retreat business? I'm just wondering if we should take item number 10 and move it to another meeting.
I think we can get through both.
Think we can get
I
through
think we
both?
can get through 9 and 10. We'll do everything we can.
Okay, then you guys have the floor.
Okay. Lisa, do you have the slide presentation for us here? So we're getting into a little bit of a retreat style, right? Not the rounds and the workshop kind of stuff, but more of a presentation style here a little bit. Typically, when we have our annual retreat, we're able to talk through kind of the big budget items and go over those kinds of things and just highlight what are major upcoming expenses that we're tracking. So, Lisa, will you? Oh, Trevor's gonna take the wheel here for a second. Thank you. So this budget priorities conversation, hopefully I can paint a picture of where we are in the budget process briefly. And then the goal tonight is to essentially outline, these are the big items that we have discussed or have risen to the level of major need. And so we want to highlight those, talk about those. But the really important part is that ultimately the council can say that's something that we need to try to fit in the budget as we go through the process over the next few months, or that's definitely something that could be left on the cutting room floor and we don't need to spend our time on. If everything that we go over tonight is something that we say, let's try to fit that in, that's just fine. But as far as where we are in the process, we constantly are trying to update our forecasts for revenues and the projected revenues. However, right now that is very much a crystal ball that is hazy. And so tonight will be focused mostly on the expense side of it. And obviously you can't put 20 items when you've only got 17 spots or something like that. And so the revenue and the expenses ultimately have to match. And the fact that we're not focusing on the revenue amount right now isn't because it's not important, but because that just comes a little bit later in the process. So first we identify what these major expenses are, and we try to vet those and have that information so that we can prioritize the needs. And then as the revenue picture becomes more clear, we can see where the dividing line is between what makes it and what doesn't make it. So that's the type of conversation we want to have tonight. Present the information to you. If you know right now in the moment, great, give us that direction and say, please try to keep that in the budget or not. Otherwise, it becomes a little bit of an ongoing process. So let's jump into it. These are the different items. This was what was on the agenda as well. So we want to go over all the operations and maintenance stuff first. A reminder that those are ongoing types of expenses. And then capital projects are one-time expenses. We want to be good about recognizing when we have ongoing expenses that we need ongoing revenue. It can't be one-time money that we plan for 1 year's worth of ongoing expenses. So Trevor and I are going to tag team this a little bit. Some of the items that he's more familiar on or has done more of the laid work on, he'll lead the discussion or the presentation, and then I'll take the ones that I've spent a little bit more time on. And we have Mac and we have our fire department here to Chief Tolman. Did Jimmy have to leave? Yeah. Okay, so now it's just Chief Tolman. But we have other staff members here to answer questions if there are additional details beyond what Trevor and I have prepared. So Trevor, you take the compensation system.
Mayor, contain your excitement for me presenting. Oh, he's already asleep. Just kidding.
I didn't listen.
He didn't even listen to me. No, just kidding.
I do.
I give the mayor a hard time because he gives me a hard
Really
time.
mad at that.
Okay, so this, I do apologize. This is kind of a heavier one to start off with than some of the other ones. So we consciously did the heavy one first, so the other ones don't involve a lot of thinking necessarily. There's a lot of spreadsheets and a lot of numbers coming up. So I just want to, that is why I picked that picture, because that is what my mind has been for the last 2 months. Is that, and I know you would expect that from Mac and not from me. So I apologize for being out of character here. I had to be a little more professional. All right, so we're aware of our current policy with our compensation studies, obtain market rates every 2 years from the online database. And I'll show you kind of, for those that are new, what that database just looks like, not like go in depth on how it works necessarily. We find the average ranges within a predetermined market comp study range, typically from cities that are our similar size or budget. And then we adjust those ranges down 15% from the market rate. On top of that, there is a merit increase that is available to staff on an ongoing basis that is up to 3%. It can be more or less depending on the discretion of the city manager at that point, but it's typically around 3% is the cap there. So that's our compensation system in a nutshell. One of the items that David tasked me to look at was to look at the compensation system as a whole. It had been 2 years since we did the last rate study, and we looked at what that rate study would bring us. And one of the things we talked about is the need to there's two main focuses, and I'm going to steal Dave's thunder because he loves this phrase, but we talked about some of the priorities as management is to pay our employees more and have more employees to pay. That is not an easy thing to do with constrained budgets, and so I recognize that at the very beginning. None of this is set in stone. None of this is just a proposed look at some different compensation matrix that we can follow for the city. So here's just a brief look at what the compensation survey system looks like. It's an online database. The cities go in and update their information within it on their ranges for all the various positions. Those ranges match similar job types. While the names may be different, we have to match them to a predetermined job type so that we can get good quantitative data within there. So our market comparison, we use the 2020 market comparison group is based on population size. We didn't change that from the last one. It just says 2020, but it just has all of the cities that fall in the same population size. So we felt there was no need to change that at that point, but I'll talk about that a little bit more as we go. And then we looked at all of the employees on an annual basis and get the actual average for those pulled. So the document that gets pulled, this is just one page of the many pages that we get, look similar to this. Very wonderful to start out with. It's very complicated. I'm not going to take the time to go through every line item on this. If you wish to see it, we can show you it later. But that just kind of shows you this is, I use the city manager as an example because it was the first one on the list. What I did then is distill that information. You see that average down at the bottom in bold. I took that information and compiled it into a little bit more readable form on our current ranges. So this is, we have our current range, what the market comp average range is. I also pulled the state market, which is all of the cities that reported within the state. I pulled those just to get a sense of kind of comparison for comparison's sake. what we found out in the initial scrub of that is that the number of employees that are under the market comp is 35 for the whole organization, and that's the breakdown for all of the individual departments. You can see the biggest ones are fire and recreation. The fire has the most employees out of the entire city, so that makes sense that they have a larger impact there. But it is percentage-wise still about 20% of the total employees for fire. Recreation, that is every recreation employee that we have, so it's 100% of the total there. And so, yeah, so that kind of gives us a gauge. In community services, you may be thinking, who in the world is in community services? That's our crossing guards. Majority of those are the crossing guards within there.
Trevor, what's the total number that we have?
35. So you can see it at the top.
Oh, the whole organization's 35. There's not 35 that are under?
35 or under. Oh, total employees. Sorry,
Total
there is
employees.
75 employees.
Thank you.
Sorry, I misunderstood the question. So what we did is we utilized the market comp data and compared the numbers to the state overall data. It's important to note that we studied the positions and not the people at this point. We were only looking at the positions. We didn't want to adjust it for the people. You two have the glances.
Listening and recognizing what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. I like it. I like it. Okay. So what we did, so this is kind of an example of what we were seeing for, these are the full-time employees. Oh, I clicked on my computer, not here. It's easier to see it here than up there. What we did is we grouped them into different separate groups. We have full-time employees and part-time employees. Part-time employees are all done. They look like that. They're all done on hourly wage. Full-time we did on annual rate wage because we can we know what their hours are. Part-time hours are flexible. So that's the difference you'll see there. So you can see that we have the market comp and then the state market comp there. So you can see normally in the market comp we are lower than the state, which, you know, it makes sense. Size of cities, the resources to pay employees is lower. Typically, some of the demand is lower, and so you start seeing recognizing some of those needs to pay employees a little bit lower than the state average. You especially see that in higher up positions, as notated here. What we then did, Dave and I looked at this, and we determined what we would propose as our new minimum range, based on, we took the market comp as the base and then compared it with the state, because regardless of the size of the city, our employees are still kind of the target employees for other organizations around us that are larger. And so in a competitive nature, it's really weird to talk about cities as a competitive job market, and we're competing against other cities, but it is happening. We also are competing against the private sector in many different ways as well. And so we use the state market as something to inform perhaps where we should adjust those ranges to. And one of the things we wanted to do is look at internal equity as well. So equity of positions related to each other, and make those ranges similar. So we looked at job responsibilities, proximity, or not proximity, where they sit in the organizational chart, like department heads, and or, you know, mid-level managers, those who are more professional employees versus those who are maintenance workers. So there's a lot of different variables there. It's not, I want to just clarify, this is not a perfect science. It is not a science whatsoever. It's more of an art form, and there's no perfect one way to do it. So just clarify at the beginning, this is not like the end all be all, but this is how we were comparing it, was looking at some of those factors.
Can I just add one piece to that? ultimately, all of this information, when it comes to market comparison, is just information, right? We make a decision as a city what our ranges are going to be. But this is information to understand what's out there and what we're competing against and what that value is. And so we take that information to hopefully just make better decisions, data-driven decisions on what we want to do as an organization for our needs.
What other factor is that all pretty much, I would say a good 25% to 50% of the organizations that have inputted information are also undergoing a similar market rate study. And so what we implement this year based off, if we base it off of market comparisons, may already be a year out of date. Does that make sense? And so one thing we wanted to be a little bit more competitive in the job market, just for quality employees to apply, but then look at what's feasible within our budget constraints and what's reasonable for the residents to be paying for. So it's a big balance, and I'm sure you all understand that. So as we looked at it, these are some of the proposed ranges that we have come up with for the full-time employees. Again, thanks, Dave. So you can see that we've grouped them into similar job types or responsibilities. The hard part is we're a smaller organization, and so it's an apples to oranges comparison. And some of the job responsibilities when we're looking at a water superintendent versus a city recorder, what we were looking at is, are they a mid-level manager type position? Do they have, are they supervisory? Do they have a more risk based job for the organization? And so we took that all into account as we discussed the ranges. It should be noted that my position, I left completely up to Dave, even though I was doing the whole thing. So I just wanted to be clear on that. That was Dave's decision. So is there any questions or comments up until this point? Okay.
I will just put a reminder out there that this number that you see is a minimum range, right? The range starts at a minimum, has a maximum. This is just the minimum number. It's not the amount of money that employees are getting paid right now in salaries.
And we understand this is part of a larger conversation. Like, we're not saying at the end of this presentation, you'll tell us exactly what you want us to do and we'll go for it. That's unrealistic and not feasible for you. I mean, you're all seeing this for the first time. I've had 2 months to process this information. It's going to take a little while to process it. So in no wise we're looking for a thumbs up. You guys did a great job. High five and slap on the back.
When you say that, and I'm just going to be blunt honest, I'm struggling to see why this is a retreat item. I mean, I think this is something that's good to sit down as a policy and go through with the mayor and all of us, and we go through in committees and do this. I'm really struggling to see why it's being presented right here. I mean, that's my honest opinion. I've struggled with it since I saw it on the schedule. So
I would say because ultimately we've boiled this down to essentially three options, and they're all budgetary numbers that the council will need to wrestle with, right?
Yeah.
It ultimately,
and we've done that several times as we go through this type. We've done this exact thing for each individual position, and that's why when we've had those hiring situations and done that, we've done these averages, we've done these ranges, we've set the ranges. To make it a policy is a huge step for me, for South Weaver. So, but anyway, I'll let you keep going. I'm just struggling sitting here listening to it. So.
Looks like there's some other questions.
Yeah.
Is this usually something an admin and finance committee would go over, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's typically where that would go, especially because you start breaking down all these different things. It goes back to each different area. I don't think this is, I mean, again, I'm trying to figure out the objective here. When you say you don't expect us to approve it, I don't think you're going to get us to blanket approve this, period. I mean, that's even in 2 months. Everything's different from the public works director. We all have different I mean, South Weaver, from our parks director, all these things. Our parks is totally different than any other cities. It's a totally different position than a large city park. I mean, even other communities of 12,000, let's say, or 7,000, they have a total different system than we do. And so that's where, and like I said, I don't mean to be blunt, but that's where I was going to go and after you get done with it all anyway. So I just like going, this is an interesting one.
Yeah,
Never seen it presented like this in any city council ever before when you're talking about salaries and compensation. Usually that's done in that room in a committee or a closed door meeting.
In our admin finance committee back in December, we brought this up and we were talking about the 15% below average. And during that meeting, we just said we should probably bring it up in the retreat to say, do we need to relook at the 15%? And in the committee, we were saying, maybe we're only 10% below or 5% below. But that was what I had in my notes would be the discussion was just to revisit the 15%. I don't know that we need to go through, all of those details. I know you've put a lot of time and effort into it, but that was basically the request from the committee was to bring it up at the retreat just to relook at if we want to retain good employees. If we're always 15%, then we're going to always be a revolving door and be losing people. But like you said, Blair, each individual in our organization, some have many years and some have a few years. And so it's hard to set a new minimum based off of current people.
Yeah. So we'll jump ahead on some slides. The reasoning behind this was just to explain how we got to the point where we got to. So there, as we boil it down, to fix employees' point and range, fix our compensation structure from the 15%, these are some options. They're not all inclusive, but these are some options to create a good compensation structure for our employees going forward. So like we said, one of the main goals is to get people within market. There's 35 that are outside of that market range. That is the market range, not our proposed ranges. And so it's important to note that. So to get them within the range, that was the first option, just to blanket do that and have that be the only compensation adjustment that we have as well for this year.
That's essentially the conversation of remove the 15%, readjust our ranges, and then get people at least to the minimum of that range.
Yeah.
So the minimum range that you had proposed is just a 15% blanket on every position?
No, so yeah. So the idea was, again, look at what's around us, what that market is. When we say market, it's what can somebody go out and get in the market, right? Their value as an employee. And so we look at that and establish a range that we would be willing to pay. Use that information just simply to say, here's the amount of money, high and low, that we are willing to pay for that position. It takes out any of the years of experience or things like that. It's just for that position, for that service to the community, what is the city willing to pay as a range? It's not even the budget number. It's just where would you be willing to pay.
But that's 15% blanket from where we are to where the market, to meet the market, is 15% for all of them? Or was there?
Essentially, yes. So the philosophy that was established 5 years ago-ish, right around there, was to do that same step, look around, see what that average range is that's out there, and then depress it by 15%, decrease that down by 15%.
So basically, let's say you have a position that market range is 100,000 as their minimum. We're going to have their minimum be 85,000 for South Weber City, but then we could go up depending on how experienced you are and how many years you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So that would
So
just be the
starting
minimum
range
amount.
technically is another way to say it.
Yes, the starting range. Yeah, the minimum range. Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank you.
the conversation that has been had is with, and as an example, again tonight with animal care and control, that brought up the need to hire employees and the difficulty there. We've seen that within our organization, and so that admin finance conversation was, is it time to revisit that 15% and say we need to be more in line, more in average. And so that's what this is presenting, is essentially to adjust our ranges to have that be more in line with the market, and boil that down to get people in market is one step. Then if we want to do more than that, or recognize that not all of our employees should be at the minimum of the range. Not all, and 35 would fall outside of the new range, but that means the other 40 would fall somewhere within that range already. So then the conversation is these other options of, do we want to recognize for time? Do we want to provide a COLA, cost of living adjustment? If we do want to provide a cost of living adjustment, what percent makes sense? Because we've avoided cost of living adjustments in the past and only done merit, because a cost of living adjustment, to Haley's example, 100,000 versus 50,000, that same percentage is twice as much for somebody at 100 than 50. And we felt as staff that we wanted more money to go to lower paid employees. And so we wanted to propose a COLA that was tiered based on where you are currently in the dollars that you're getting. And then add a layer of potentially time as well. So that's where we wanted to go, and just present those options and what that would be as a budgetary number across, as Blair pointed out, across all of the various funds, right? Because some employees are in utility funds, some employees are general fund employees. It's not one big bucket of money, but we wanted to give you an understanding of the impact across the city, what that would be, and then dig into those details in the committees as we talked about more individual scenarios and individual positions and employees.
So do you have those numbers in this presentation, or is that coming later?
Yes, we do. They're coming up in 3 slides, so I'll jump over there to that. So here's the potential fiscal impact from FY23. No, FY22, I apologize, FY22. I was looking at FY23 numbers. I apologize for that. So if we were just to move employees that were outside of market and do no other adjustments for employees, that fiscal impact would be $130,000 with salary and benefits. So benefits adds about 36.75 and some change percent on top of salary impact. If we were to do a cost of living adjustment, then that would be a potential fiscal impact of $195,000. And then if we were to do a hybrid, including a time adjustment based on the employees that have longevity within the organization, then we're looking at $275,000 in an increase from the previous budgeted items. It's important to note that if we did a 3% increase across the organization on average, that's what we've done in the past on the merit-based system. We're looking at, it was at $75,000 in adjustment on our fiscal impact there. So we wanted to bring this forward as a budgetary item, but as the city council, one of your primary responsibilities as an employer for the organization to be the board of trustees, more or less, for the organization to set that compensation policy, looking at that. We felt that was within the purview of the council to be aware of different methods that are available, and different ways that we can account for our employees and better the overall pay for the organization.
So if I understand what you're saying correctly, this is a budget item, because if we go with the 275,000, we're actually going to be taking that off of something else that we would be spending that on right now.
Yeah, it would be an ongoing expense in perpetuity.
Mhm.
And so it would be impactful to the budget at
Yeah.
275,000.
Okay, so when it's showing all of this, so like the 275,000 kind of, to catch a question that I had when Andrew was talking was that, so that doesn't mean that, starting tomorrow, you guys are going to go out and spend out the 200. It's just, okay, here's the money that you have to play with to be able to spread amongst whether it's going through a merit or whatever. So this is going to be able to be used in management to be able to increase the pay for the city workers. And then that's why that's part of the budget discussion.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the typical process is, as was brought up, as far as budgeting the merit increases, is that takes effect for employees on July 1st as the new budget kicks in. So employee evaluations would take place annually. They do in April and May and June, I should say, in anticipation of that, to see where people merit for pay increases if it's budgeted. And so we would anticipate the same type of thing, that budget changes would take place July 1. And so any salary changes that would be associated with that would take place July 1.
But generally, it's basically not to use general fund incorrectly, but it would be a general increase in pay that then you would divide as you see with merit and with the different things. It's not just a straight, okay, everybody gets a 15% increase.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yes. So we have the data if you want to see it for the methodology on how that would be broken out.
No, I was just trying to
But it was
understand
mostly just
the process from that point. So
it's essentially the council establishing priorities, establishing resources, and saying, staff, here's the amount of money for salaries, and then as an administration, we would manage that and divide that out amongst the funds and amongst the employees as they merit.
okay. So something else would sacrifice off of this list, basically.
Essentially, that's
So
all
it's
of what we're
priority.
talking about
Okay.
tonight. Is these are big ticket items that the council gets to weigh
So
and
it's not
say,
it's
what do
not
we
a
want?
policy, right? We're not voting on an ordinance or anything that's going to set anything. This is just
No,
kind of
not
the
tonight.
priority. Okay.
No.
Okay.
This is just saying, if there's a gut reaction saying, hey, there's no way we want to try for the tiered, we want to just do one of those, then sure, we'd want to hear that. But ultimately, all of the conversation tonight is to inform the committee meetings that will take place in March on what this full body as a council feels are budget priorities, to try to work through the budget. So when it comes to sitting down and saying, well, this costs this much, this costs this much, what's going to make the cut, what's not going to make the cut? Budgets always live on the margin. And so you talk so much about what's going to be in the budget and what's not. So these are big items that would be different than what has been spent in the past. And so that's why we wanted to bring that up. So to Quinn's question, maybe dwell on that just for a second. We wanted to make sure that you knew, when you have a policy conversation about should we get rid of the 15% in order to be more competitive, in order to retain employees, what does that actually mean? What's the fiscal note essentially for that type of a policy decision?
So these numbers, just to clarify, would wipe out the 15% and take it to at average.
Yes.
So if we went to minus 5% or minus 10%, not making that whole big jump in one year, then it would be, 1/3 of this, 1/2 of this, whatever.
Sure,
1/3 of this, 2/3 of
we'd
this.
have to-
Yes, the council can make whatever whatever resource decision they want to make. I think that we've had enough conversation and seen enough moments recently of the difficulty in keeping quality employees and making sure that employees want to stay with the organization. Not that every employee would stay forever, right? That's just not realistic. But personally, I do get concerned with the idea of what's the sweet spot here, of what is enough to get us to market, what is enough to tell our employees that they are valued, and there's a messaging side of that that's important that I get concerned about. I know I've had plenty of conversations with specific employees and, just in general about the market out there and what they can get. And the comment tonight was McDonald's is paying more than probably 60% of our employees. And so I just make up that number. That's not a real number. So don't take that to the bank, but that is a real consideration. And so that's why it's the heavy one. That's why it's the most important one in my mind, is what do we do for staffing? Because that is the service that we provide to the community is our employees to accomplish so many things. So,
well, and I do think it is definitely a priority, because while we may have all the employees right now and kind of have a understanding that we're just paying them 15% under what the market is, at the same time, we could have within a month 4 or 5 of the biggest employees, well, the most critical employees, decide, hey, I'm walking. I can go get something else better. So I do think it is definitely something that's important, and it's going to be interesting as we go through the list to kind of weigh services that we have to provide the citizens versus, and where that goes through. But yeah, it's a concern of mine, definitely, of the city employees, especially some of those that have been with us a long time and have a considerable amount of information and experience that if we were to rehire for that same position right now, we wouldn't get. Because I don't mean this as an offense, but we're a starter city. I mean, it's the same as a starter job. This is where you get your feet wet. This is where you get your experience so that you can move up. And as long as you plan for that progression, it's part of the line of business, but yeah, I thank you.
Yeah.
I just have to say something just quickly. When you say that there's to show the employees that they're valued, it's really hard for me to hear that. And I know that just the council saying we appreciate our employees and we value them doesn't buy them milk, right? I get that they need salary, but it's really hard to have that kind of presented to us, that staff isn't feeling valued when we do everything we can on such a limited budget. I mean, how many arguments did I have in parks meetings over $2,000? Honestly. So it's like clinging to every penny that we have to make sure we're spending it wisely. So it's really hard for me to hear saying, well, staff's not feeling valued. We are really doing what we can. So I recognize the market, but please don't put words in their mouths, and don't put the impression upon us that we are not valuing them either. Because I don't feel like either one of those is totally fair.
I didn't mean that as a statement that you don't value them. I'm sorry if it came across that way. I know that their salary is a touchy thing, right? It's a difficult thing, and employees do derive a sense of value from that. And you brought up something very important: the idea of just paying for milk. And the example, I don't mean to throw Derek under the bus here in any way, but I know that he's had conversations with his employees recently where, as a part-time job for our fire department, and that model works wonderfully for us. It used to be that we were the play money, so to speak, that we were the second job that was allowing for the fun trips or the extras. And I don't know how many employees have said this to him. He can answer that, but they've said, now I need this job for the milk money, for the food money. And so those needs are changing. Everything that you've said tonight is absolutely correct. I don't mean to put words in your mouth or in their mouth. I just know that we are having a tough time with employment, and the market out there is very difficult. And as a small city, with the number of full-time and part-time employees that we have, losing them at the rate that we have recently has been a major problem. So again, I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I'm sorry about that. I do know that you do everything you can.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we discussed in the Admin Finance Committee was to put together a quote unquote hidden paycheck, because the salary that we pay may be less than some private sector market option, but the benefits that we offer, they don't always see. And so we need to make sure that that is documented. And when somebody comes to us with a better offer, so to speak, that we say, well, are you aware you're making this many tens of thousands of dollars from benefits that you may not be getting in your greener grass on the other side?
Absolutely.
I think this is a really important and valuable concept. You know, right now it is really tough to compete, and there's tons of small businesses that are in the same boat, and other small governments. I know even just South Weaver Elementary School is just dying for resource aids and playground aids and things. And so it is, from my experience, easier to keep employees than it is to lose employees and train new ones. We're actually more fiscally responsible if we can keep them. But we're also dealing with the same pocketbook that other people are, and it is really hard to compete. You know, my husband's constantly looking for employees, and when Chick-fil-A is offering complete benefits that he can't even offer and an hourly wage, that is just not very competitive. So I think that it's something that is very important to discuss. My question is when we went with the 15% below market range, was that meant to kind of take into consideration the size of our city and how it's smaller and the geographic? That's not the word I want to use. The details of that job would be different than, say, in Riverdale or South Salt Lake or Draper or anything like that. That's what that 15% is kind of trying to compare against. Am I understanding that correctly?
I can't speak to that directly because that was before I was here, but based on what I've heard, it was kind of that idea. You talked about, Joel, the idea of a starter city, right? That it was limited resources so we pay less. I think that, I don't want to make it too simplistic. I wasn't right there, but.
And Mac was there, I was there. It was basically that. Also trying to be fiscally conservative. We're on limited resources. You drive through some towns that are even smaller than ours, than they have more business income than we have. It's just a fact. They have a little downtowns and they have a lot more revenue even coming in than we do. And so it was mainly saying, what are our programs? What are our things? And where do we want to start people? We need to be responsible. And so that's where I don't know where the actual number of 15% came from, but maybe Matt can help with that. But it was something it was probably more of an arbitrary number saying that we want to start lower. And I mentioned this earlier, I think, and I don't want it to come across the way it sounded earlier, I think we need to truly be thinking of this. This is the type of discussion that you have on the screen right now that I feel should have been, not going through every individual thing and every category, because there's different requirements of different. Dave, you have a heck of a lot harder job in my mind than even some city managers, because you encompass everything. Some city managers wouldn't even get down to the weeds and nuts and bolts of what happens on the Parks and Rec department. But then again, someone who sits in another position may have it a whole lot easier than a guy in another city. So trying to do a blanket thing is where I struggle. To just reduce that, say, no, we're going to bring it all up to here. I face this every day. I run similar employees, similar budgets. I totally understand. And it's something that this is not unique to anyone but 100% of the community out there right now. And so it's hard.
To boil it down, the question really is how much money of this next budget year do you want to put toward employees?
That's exactly right.
That's
That's
the
the type of
question.
budget or conversation I feel like should be had right here.
I apologize for that. I wanted to emphasize where we got the numbers from, so I apologize for overcomplicating or bringing.
You didn't complicate it. You're doing a good job.
So as we move forward and go into the committees, what I've heard is an acknowledgement generally that this is a priority. This is something we need to look at, something we need to analyze, something we need to figure out. But it's much more nuanced, or that there are individual considerations. We can get into more of the methodology and more of the specifics, if you'd like, in the committees, and say this is how it affects individual departments and individual budgets. We can do that, absolutely. Like I said at the beginning, that 275 number, I feel strongly about that one because it does take into consideration not just market, but also longevity and some of those other characteristics that are meaningful as far as employment and expertise and whatnot. But again, this is all up to the council, and that number is not all just in one fund. Typically, in everything we do, we have individual buckets of money that don't cross over, and so it's somewhat unfair for us. And I'll acknowledge that, to say here's just one big number. It will affect the various funds differently. And for a quick example of that, we talked storm drain rates with the rate study just a couple of weeks ago. And, that's a utility fund that has a service delivery that's associated with it in our storm drain plan and in the rate study. And according to the projects and according to the state regulations and all of that, our system should have 1.5 employees. Right now we have half an employee. And so that rate increase would help facilitate having the appropriate number of employees, paid at an appropriate rate. And so, again, this number is a large number, but it is broken down into lots of revenue streams and lots of areas. And some of it hits the general fund, some of it hits the utility funds. And so it was more of a philosophical conversation, but we wanted you to know the fiscal impact of that philosophical conversation. So any other kind of thoughts or direction for the committees as we get into the budget conversation about this?
Just the one thing, and I know it's definitely not popular, but just seeing this right here and knowing what's coming up ahead of us, again, I've just got to say, a city has to be able to provide the basic services that it agreed to when it became a city. When it says, okay, we'll take care of fire, we'll take care of police, we will take care of the safety, we'll take care of this. We have to realize that because we have, as a community, made a conscious decision of less commercial, less, development in that way, that does put the tax onto property tax or the citizens. And while I think there has to be a conservative issue of that, I don't think at any time anybody in the city believes that because of a certain amount of tax, you're not going to get the fire department to come here. You're not going to get your snowplow to be able to make it so that you can go to work, or the police to stop the break-ins and all the shootings or the paintball shootings that are going on right now. But do you want to, so I think this may actually lead later on into a larger discussion that will have to be addressed later down the road, because there's a lot of these things that as a minimum we have to supply the citizens with, I feel. So
I just want to make it clear, I think we need to address it too. I know that I didn't express that. I think it's important that it's a hard one.
We don't stand alone. I've been in several meetings and a lot of the mayors have brought this exact same thing up on how they're dealing with it. And it's a tough one, but I think we've got to deal with it, and we've got to realize that if we want to retain our employees, we've got to make some changes in order to do that. The mayor in Roy commented that he just got through with his budgeting, and that they raised their budget $1.3 million just to cover employee costs increase. So it's out there, everybody's dealing with it, and most of the cities, or mayors, pointing fingers at the other mayors and saying, quit stealing our employees, and that's kind of what we're up against, I think.
There's a little bit of an irony. I've been in meetings with city managers, and Joe brought up the police wages throughout as they've changed and adjusted. And before some of that happened, we sat in this room, and there was kind of this running joke of, everybody stop raising wages so that we're all going to be okay. And obviously it's not our decisions, right? The market is dictating that, and inflation is a real thing, and right, economics play a larger role here than sometimes we want to acknowledge. But it was kind of this idea of, well, if everybody stopped this and stopped paying more, then we could all, just sit easy for a little while. And then, the next time we got together, it was right after Salt Lake City had announced that they made major changes to their wage scale for their police officers. And it didn't take very long for the ramifications of that to just ripple all the way through the state. And those are real things, right?
So are you saying it was Salt Lake's fault? That's all Salt Lake City.
Comfortable saying.
Well, there are some big fish out there, right? And big fish in a little pond. And at some point we have to make the decision, right? And I think that's what we want to acknowledge of that 15% previously was, okay, we're just not going to compete with that. And if that's the decision, and okay, then that's the decision, and we just need to understand what that means for the city service level.
But I'd also challenge you that, like you said, there are other things that we can do to kind of compensate. And if you look at the model of a starter city, you kind of promote that growth, knowing that you're going to get the start as in less experienced is probably what I should be saying, and knowing that you're only going to have them for about 4 or 5 years until they have the experience. I mean, there's a lot of centers out there that pay for, college while you're here, a tuition reimbursement or something like that. I mean, heck, we got a family activity center. Are we giving away free things to our employees? But you know what I mean? I'm just saying that may be a challenge that you need to take on also of, okay, other than just the straight wages, which we know is going to hurt if we just go straight across the board, what else can we do? And I don't envy you, because that's not an easy answer. So.
Well, we've had lots of those types of conversations about what keeps an employee, why do people select jobs that they do, and there's really kind of 3 large reasons, and salary is one of them, wages is one of them, benefits is the other, and culture is the third. And I feel like we've done a really good job in trying to create a great work environment, a team atmosphere that everybody enjoys to be in, right? You talk about the people that we get to work with, and that's wonderful. I think we have those types of things in place. We do have a good benefits package. I haven't specifically been able to compare that to others. It's all anecdotal, right? It's my own experience and others that I've heard from. But city benefits or government benefits as a thing isn't exactly what it used to be in comparison. Private sector is caught up in a lot of ways. So then it does become kind of a conversation of wages and boils down to that in some ways. I've also read a lot of things about employee motivation and what people need and want in terms of compensation. And it is a full system. It's not just here's your wages, here's your check, that's it. There's so much more to it, and this is just a major piece that we're all dealing with, has been said. So that's probably enough to chew on that one.
Let's move on.
So let's get to staffing, right? This was the other side of that coin of want to pay employees more, but we have needs to have more employees here in the office to pay. And so just a quick breakdown of the various departments, the total number of employees, and then currently the breakdown of whether they're full-time or part-time. That's for example, the executive, that's me, the one, there's no part-time, and then future needs, that doesn't change. Admin finance department, we have 5, 3 and 2. So then this future needs is looking at when the city is built out. So this isn't a 1-year window or 2-year window. It's when the city is built out, how many employees would we need? For Public Works, we did a detailed comparison. One of the projects that Alicia was able to do during the summer as the management intern was to do a really good detailed analysis of what that Public Works needed. The others have not had that same level of detail, but you can see that we anticipate future needs as far as the number of bodies in order to provide the service. So one thing I would point out here as far as priorities, we've talked specifically as probably the needed priorities as Public Works is probably hurting the most right now and could use 2 employees today if we could get them, if we had the money for it, and if we could hire and get those employees. After that, there are some needs with fire that we're going to talk about here in just a second based on the other items on our list. Recreation is another one that is probably sometime in the future, not urgent. The admin, finance, and community services are also ones that are probably not as urgent, probably in the future. So the Public Works is the one that feels the most urgent, close to fire. Let's talk law enforcement contract. Let's move out of staffing. Our current contract with Davis County Sheriff's Office, we've been with them for a long time, but our current contract in its current form started July 1st, 2019. It was a 1-year contract with the option to renew for 2 more years, which we did. And so it became a 3-year contract that comes up the end of this June. We pay $221,000 annually, just over $18,000 a month. And it's a whole list of law enforcement services, but we specifically call out there 10 hours of active patrol in that contract. That's how they got to that number, essentially, was based on that active patrol calculation. So 10-second history. Staff has looked at other options. We've looked at what it would be like to contract with other agencies. We've looked at what it would be if we started our own police department, and the Public Safety Committee has helped vet those options and looked at those options. In the end, the last conversation that we had as a Public Safety Committee, we met with Davis County Sheriff's Office, and because of the paramedic transfer and the changes that are happening within DCSO, the idea was presented, Mayor's great idea, to potentially extend our current contract for a year and give us time to let that paramedic transfer kind of work itself out, get a better sense for what their new capabilities are as a department, and understand better what our level of service needs are. What I mean by that is, do we want 24/7 coverage? Do we want the half-day patrol as it's in our current contract? Do we want some other level of service? And so it would give us a chance to understand that better. Because Davis County Sheriff's Office has thrown out a number of, if we wanted 24/7 coverage moving forward, we're at $650,000 a year. Quite different than the 221. The other option that is a viable option is Layton City has given us an offer to move to them. If we went with them for 24/7 coverage, the first year would be just over $1 million. And then it would decrease after that based on not needing to buy all new equipment and vehicles and whatnot that second year in perpetuity. And that's closer to $700,000. That would include, just as a side note, a dispatch change as well. If we weren't with DCSO, we would not be with DCSO for dispatch. We would move to Layton Dispatch. That's its own kind of nuanced conversation, but is included in that total number that Layton provided to us. So Blair, as the Public Safety Chair, do you have more that you'd like to share about that?
The only thing I would add is that the other thing that's been discussed is that we would after this initial, Davis County has also entertained the option to gradually work our way to that full-time staffing as well. And they've given us a number I can't remember exactly the number, but a number per man that they would provide to the city, which is basically 40 hours to the city. So,
Yeah, they're changing their methodology, right?
Mhm.
We did the 10 hours a day. It got us to a number. They're now changing it to a per unit cost, which I want to say was
129,000, I just saw.
Yeah. And so, again, that's a level of service conversation of what level do we want there? Is it one unit, 2 units, 5 units? They're suggesting 24/7 coverage, is like at least 5 units. That's gets you to the roughly 650 number. I will also say, with the extension to 1 year, there was a conversation about needing that 220 to be graduated essentially. I have in my head, it wasn't specified or nailed down, but the number that I have in my head was roughly 260, 270.
Yeah, we discussed the possibility that it would be 2 units, basically, is what the discussion was. So it brought it up to their current pay methodology. And, but, because that's basically what they're giving us now.
Right now, it's not 2 unit or 1 unit or 2 units.
It's just number of hours.
Yeah, so they don't have to start the shift and end the shift here. And that's the thing that when we talk about, 2, are we actually saying we're going to get,
But
X number of hours, or we're actually going to get a dedicated?
well, and that's the struggle we're facing is, so if you say we want 3 units,
Mhm.
when do they schedule those 3 units?
Yeah.
Because you have 7 days of the week.
Uh-huh.
And when do they rotate through them? Right now, it's easier for them because they just rotate shifts and just assign officers to us.
Yeah.
And they don't have to start or stop. They just start calculating their hours, and you can look at when they presented the hours the other day. I mean, but a lot of those were, some of those hours were a little skewed, but
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the kind of the, if we don't go full-time, dedicated officers, 7 days a week, then we have to start backing it down and just figuring out how we can, one, what we can afford, and 2, how do you schedule them and what hours do you pick?
Yeah.
Because they would like it, and I think we would all like it to be dedicated officers that are always here. It's nice to have the same officers here that know us, know Dave, know everything else.
Yeah.
So, obviously it will go up. I think you're right. 260 is probably what we're facing, because they did agree to extend the contract, and that was a great suggestion, because we weren't headed
racking
down
our brains.
Yeah, we weren't headed down that road to start with. We were trying to think, okay, can we do? They know we can't afford overnight to do full time. We just don't. We'd have to take turns being the sheriff.
Well,
I mean,
you say that jokingly, but
well, no, I'm serious, because where do you find 650,000?
well, and so as part of the investigation, though, I'm sure you guys looked at what it would be to set up a sheriff here, as in like a South Weber police chief, if you will,
Mhm.
and then have Davis County kind of supplement the rest of those hours. How bad was that?
Well,
Yeah.
like 4 or 5, 6 times, depending on who you talk to. But we've never talked with them about providing back of house services either, and that hasn't been entertained. They haven't offered that even as an option.
Yeah.
And that's where you get into the expense. I want to. Wasn't the number of $3 million initial?
The idea of standing up our own department is roughly $3 million.
Yeah.
But then to back out of that and say, okay, what can we just provide? Almost a hybrid, right? We do X, Y, Z, and we contract out for, back-end services. Because there's a whole list of stuff that 5 officers on duty, even in a rotating schedule, don't provide, right? And so it's a tough deal to stand up your own. When we went through this 3 years ago, one of the first things I did when I started, I went and talked with another city who had gone through the process of standing up their own department, and it was detailed. It was extensive, and it was expensive, because you're buying all of the equipment first. You're buying it's just a very difficult proposition, and all of the elements of law enforcement that we typically don't think about. I don't want to sell it short, but there are so many nuanced elements of law enforcement, rules and regulations about facilities that they have to be certain ways, and about vehicles that have to be certain ways, and about, just all of these things that just make that cost so much more than you'd think. We just talked about employee wages. You can't just give somebody wages and benefits and say, okay, let's be a police department. There's just so much there. And
So there is no Andy Taylor. There's no Barney Five. There's
No, but but there is some options, and that's why I think if we can get the extension, there are some options to investigate something similar to that. I mean, counties do deploy sheriffs to areas and then provide back of house service, but that hasn't been a discussion yet with the county.
Because that's the main concern I have right now. And again, I've said it 1,000 times, I'll say it again. I love Davis County sheriffs. I mean, they're great guys and everything, but we're the small town on the furthest northeast corner. And to get a Davis County sheriff officer in our town on a Friday night, half the town has to be on fire and the other half has to be already shot. Because they're dealing with a lot bigger issues in all of the other cities. It's not because they don't, want to help us. They've got to prioritize also. And that leaves us in very vulnerable positions. I mean, people know right now when you can speed, when you can't. I would dare say that there's a large population that even knows where to find the officers and just not speed in that area. Or I mean, we had 8:30 people going around shooting houses with a paintball the other night. I mean, they knew they weren't going to get caught. It's 8:30 for heaven's sakes. They're probably just kids, but still at the same time, black sedan driving up and down the road with a little, gun sticking out the window. Sheriff's department wasn't going to be here. It's not a high priority. But if we had somebody here in the city dedicated, whether it's start to end, they're married to the city. That's a huge reason to pay that. And I can honestly say that with almost every citizen I've discussed this with, they are all willing to say, if we can get the protection that we need, I'm willing to pay extra for it. And I know that that's not a blessing or anything like that from it, but still at the same time, they recognize the situation we're in.
That's the challenge. Is the question is, what do you need?
Yeah.
And what's that magic number?
Yeah.
Because if we do go to the full amount, I mean, when you look at the 100% property tax we had, which what did that generate? $300 and something $1,000. So we're now at 600, 700,000. So to get to that next step, it's like another 80-90% property tax increase.
Yeah, but didn't we find out that was about 18 to 20 some odd dollars total?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just know that's a hard sell.
Yeah, if you sell $18 increase.
But no,
It was a very, very hard
and I
sell.
remember that. I was here, but I'm telling you, and I would love to hear the public come and tell me differently, because every one of them said, if it costs $40, if it costs $50 more a year.
It was
to
a
have
month.
somebody here.
It was a
More
month.
than that. It
Well,
would be
and
more than that.
I know. I'm just saying that I only asked.
I
for
think
50.
everybody says that they're for that, but I think when they really realize how much they're talking about, they're
So
gonna balk on that.
But that would be their decision, I would think. if
just
it's gonna be an
some other
increase.
clarification of what we discussed, because going in with the same idea, is there are some difficulties within the police department itself in at the number of officers, for one. One reason why we wanted to extend out is because they're still doing the paramedic program. They're required to by law till the end of 2022. Sorry. So that means those are officers that are going to be gone. And I flat out asked them, okay, let's say we go to the 650,000 rate. We have our officers here, but you're called to back up in Syracuse or Layton. Those are our hours. They're in another city. We pay for them to go to another city. And you just said it. They're going to be called to another city far more than they are here.
Yeah.
So you have to understand that also one thing that we were grappling with is not just increasing the cost, but increasing the cost and still getting the same
Or better.
service that we were getting right now.
Yeah.
And then you're really going to have people pissed off. So it was just kind of a lot of things to consider. And in terms of, and I honestly, I feel like they're still trying to figure out what they're going to do too, because it's kind of a difficult career right now for them to get into. So I think being able to extend it out for that much, but I agree with you. I think that if we could get the kind of service here that a lot of people seem to want is one thing, but to increase it and pay for it and then not get it,
Yeah,
that's what I'm worried about.
yeah, totally agree.
So I think this definitely is a high priority, moving along. I apologize, I just don't want to be here till midnight, but if we can
Agreed.
have some, executive summaries of these different things as we go through, we can let the committees try to figure out how to resolve these issues.
Okay. You can just tell us all of them are a high priority, huh?
Well,
Well,
this
they
one
are,
definitely
is
is
the
because it
problem.
had
That's-
conversation.
This one is one.
The only two bits I'd add to this is the way our fire department's getting overtime, extra hours, is that an option with police?
What do you mean?
He's staffing part-time people. Can we get some part-time law enforcement people off their clock, but we're paying them, they're still law enforcement at a lower, it's just
So,
an idea.
Nope,
Just an
that's a
idea.
great
Go
idea.
back.
And let me address it just briefly. That is an option that was looked at, kind of a
Yeah.
hybrid. Joel kind of brought up the same idea. He talked about a sheriff, you're talking about part-time. The idea is that we have our own employees and then supplement with outside. We did look at that. Trevor, did you want to talk briefly about the challenges with that?
Yeah, and staffing is one. Rotating schedules with police officers from other facilities or other jurisdictions is another difficulty. There have been instances of cities that have done it and attracted, those who work in correction facilities who are post certified, but they want to get out on the street rather than be in the correctional facility. The only issue now is just staffing of those correctional facilities is very difficult. A lot of regular officers are going, they're all regular officers, it should be clear. A lot of patrol officers are coming to cover those shifts at correctional facilities. And so part-time is very difficult in law enforcement. One of the benefits for part-time in fire is that they work, 3 days on, 4 days off type thing. And so it's easier to get them on those days off. Whereas law enforcement is typically 8, 9, 10, 12-hour shifts, 4 days a week. And so it's not a perfect comparison.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate you looking at it.
No, you're
I
right.
don't need all
But
the
we did
details.
look at that idea of kind of a hybrid or a transition period of us having our own supplementing until we could stand on our feet. So,
Yep. Thank you.
that is part of the trying to vet.
Hey,
Let's talk. Oh, sorry, man.
I was just going to say the same thing you were.
Okay, let's talk wildland program. I think most of the council is familiar with this concept, so I'm going to just do the gloss over real quick. This is a proven program in other cities. The idea is that you take a separate and distinct crew and send it during the wildland season out. We would pay up front and then you can get reimbursement for that. The reimbursement rates are great. They are much higher than what the actual cost is to provide that service. We've even done that without a separate crew that is dedicated to it for the Uinta fire, the Knowles fire, the East Canyon fire, and the Art Nord fire. We did send one of our vehicles and the crew to each of those. Obviously, Uinta is its own scenario, but we did receive reimbursement for each of those. When we use our own vehicle, city-owned vehicle, then you get 100% of the standard state rate. When you use a vehicle that is provided, for example, we had a vehicle that we obtained kind of secondhand through the state, and so we only got 66% of the reimbursement rate, not 100%. But you can see the difference in the rates. For East Canyon, we got $136 per hour of that vehicle and crew being out, where if we had used our own city-owned vehicle, it would have been $206 an hour. This is a quick example from a neighboring city. Uh-oh. So you see, all right, I got the hint. Because of the nature of it, employee rate plus vehicle rate, the reimbursement rate is always higher than that. So if you boil it down to just the hour by hour, you always get reimbursed more than the cost to do it. That's why cities do it, is because it is a revenue option, right? When we talk about needing revenue and balancing the scale of all these expenses, this is the one option that's maybe an exciting one to say, maybe there's some revenue here. In order to make this work, there's a couple of logistics though. This may be something that is news to you, and so I don't mean to spring it in a disconcerting way, but in order to make it successful, based on what we've learned from other surrounding departments, we need a full-time engine boss who is committed to the city and who is an employee that really cares. Having a part-time engine boss to go out and be that crew chief has proved problematic, and Derek can share many examples and anecdotes about that. But here's the interesting part about that. A state requirement through the Utah retirement system is that you can't have a full-time employee eligible for URS report to an ineligible employee. So that would force our hand a little bit to make the anticipated transition at some point in the future, but need to happen sooner, of having a full-time fire chief. This is not a conversation about people, it's about the program and the needs, but it would necessitate a full-time fire chief and a full-time engine boss, who of course, the engine boss would work shifts and whatnot outside of the fire season, would be a full-time employee with us, and then would go out on these wildfires throughout the season. We'd also need 2 seasonal part-time employees. That may sound like it's difficult to get, but there's actually a lot of employees, I'm told, that are interested in this type of a thing. And then we would need to dedicate a vehicle to it, a Type 6 truck. There's a pickup truck with a water tank and pump. That rate of billing is $172 an hour to send out that crew.
Question, is that a new vehicle that we need to purchase?
It's already a vehicle that's part of our lease program.
And it already fits in our auxiliary building?
Well, it will once the
Okay.
auxiliary building is
Thank
there. The considerations here, the budget's a crystal ball. This one has been really hard. We tried to put an anticipated expense number and an anticipated revenue number, and it is just impossible because it's based on the fire season. It's based on how long they go. The second idea of scalability, if we could do 1 crew, we could do 2 crews, we could do 4 crews, right? It's all just potential out there. And so we aren't able to say this is exactly what we think it would be, but we are very confident that if we put $100,000 in the budget for expense and $100,000 for anticipated revenue, that the revenue would outpace the expense, just the nature of the billing and the nature of the process. So, Derek, you want to add anything to that quick and dirty explanation?
No, I think that's great. Happy to answer any questions. So, I mean,
He stays 4 hours to say that.
he just wants to hear our answer. You know, I think, I mean, I've thought this was a great, I mean, we've talked on public safety about trying to figure out other sources of revenue for the fire department. I mean, and this has been, I mean, we've racked our brain. This is one of the only other sources of revenue we've come up with. Yes, some of these details are new to us tonight, but one of my questions is, and I'm not saying, Derek, you got to go be the engine boss, but as you start this program, could that not be considered? Let's say the chief becomes full-time, but could he not be the engine boss to start with?
I think it's problematic. Your engine boss is going to be gone basically 4 months out of the year.
Oh, that's true.
The department
think
doesn't
about how I'm
stop
going
running
else. Yeah.
for 4 months out of the year. And so you can do a seasonal engine boss, but it is proven time after time after time with department after department after department that those people do not care what t-shirt they have on. They do not care what engine, what the name is on the side of that engine. They are there for their summer job, and they're making really poor decisions with South Weaver Fire Department on their t-shirt and South Weaver Fire Department on the rig. And that's why the full-time has that buy-in of, this is my job, this is my career. I'm not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize that, versus the 22-year-old kid that's getting ready to go off to do something else in life. So hopefully that helps
So is this in
It's not
addition to
possible.
the 2 employees that we need for the paramedic program?
So the seasonals would be someone that we hire. It's basically the same thing, a couple college kids or people that are trying to get their feet wet in the fire service. And it's kind of like ski bums, but the reverse. It's during the summer, people that just want to make a bunch of money during the summer.
And they get paid very, very well.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it's all these, the 2 seasonals would be above and beyond duty crew at the station.
Yeah, it's unrelated to our local service entirely. It's like a separate and distinct arm of the fire department.
Sorry, I'm talking about the 2 full-time employees.
So
So is that in addition to the 2 full-time employees we need to bring on for the paramedic program?
No.
No.
We don't have to bring full-time on for paramedic program.
I thought we had to bring on, okay.
We're covering the
24
No,
hours
no,
covered.
I understand that. I
It was-
thought that for the paramedic program, we had to bring
I
on
think she's talking about,
for the,
I want to say ADUs, but it's
yeah,
not.
it's for
You
the,
considered it 2 FTEs. That's the acronym I'm looking for.
Full-time equivalent.
Full-time
Yes.
equivalent.
That's what she-
there we go.
Any other questions about?
Yeah, the quick and dirty, what's the dollar amount on this one?
That's the crystal ball idea, is that we don't know a dollar amount.
But we have to have some type of idea to have a chief be full-time and an engine boss.
Right. This is an example of Syracuse City with 1 crew. Right, 1 crew?
Correct.
Okay.
So
So they say revenue after costs, that's really a net number rather than a gross number. So, again, we're confident and comfortable based on our current budget and our current pay, that whatever the amount is that comes in for the wildland program, it would not only cover the expenses for the employees, right? Those 4 employees that we're talking about, but that it should cover additional amount and become a revenue stream. But to say what number that is, the first year, maybe 2 years would essentially be, we just put a number in the budget. We do this actually for development fees. We don't know how many are coming in, but we have a number in the budget, and those revenues always come in associated with the expenses incurred that year.
Typically, to move a part-time to a full-time, you're looking at about a $40,000 to $60,000 increase per employee, per position. It depends on how much part-time the current employee is getting, and then increasing it. But that's, if you wanted to, you're looking at about 100,000 to increase 2 part-times to full-time.
Yeah, I was thinking we were like $120,000
That's what I was
increase
thinking,
is what I was
120
gonna.
with-
But I guess the main question would be is, do we pursue this as the Public Safety Committee when it comes to budget?
So the only question I have, you have 2 full-time for the engine boss and the, whatever the other guy's called. What do they do the other 4 months or other 8 months of the year?
They're just here
They're
on
full-time
shift,
firefighters, so
full-time for us, yep.
then the rest of the firefighters get cut back in potential hours because you have 2 full-times 8 months out of the year, 2 extra full-time.
the 1 full-time would be a fire chief who would, I work shifts out of necessity. The other full-time employee, the engine boss, would essentially work a 48-hour shift those other 8 months out of the year. And so they're actually, it's not a true offset, but 1 employee working 48 hours shifts based on the current hourly rate is $52,000 a year. So because they are filling a gap in that schedule, we are getting value out of them the other 8 months out of the year.
Yeah, the budget number of adding a whole 2 full-time employees isn't entirely the picture, because there's already money that's going to both of those positions. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
But basically what you're saying though is that it's going to be a moneymaker.
Yes.
Should be. I'm just saying, looking at a business model, if done the same way, is
Right. So
is as close to
And
guaranteed as
eventually the ambulance is a moneymaker and a lifesaver. So.
Yeah, Yeah, the big
But
thing
it took a while, just as it took a while.
Everything else is a spin so far.
Does
This
that
one
just
I'm
go
seeing
into
as
the
a problem.
general fund so we can use it on almost anything, or is
So
it
my-
limited on where it goes?
Mac and I have talked about this. In my mind, well, ultimately, fire is a general fund, right? It's a general fund service. So even if we said all of this revenue stays within the fire department, funds vehicle replacement or funds personnel costs or whatever, and it becomes fire money that's self-contained, isn't that a good word for a fire department? Self-contained. That would offset any other revenue that's currently going there. So it does become general fund money essentially.
Yeah. And we've also been debating on when do we become with one or two full-time employees as well.
Yeah, it kind of pushes an already anticipated decision just up in the timeline.
I
But
think
it has a revenue stream to match.
right. I think the simplest thing is fire departments wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't making them money. And yeah, it's a proven system throughout the state. Once they start them out, they don't go away.
Okay.
Okay, next. Man, we are going
Did
through it.
anybody oppose that? Okay,
It looks like you did.
I did.
You raised
I
your-
don't oppose it.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk SCBA really quickly. SCBA stands for self-contained breathing apparatus. It's not, oh, quickly. Oh, I could take a lot longer if you want me to. I've got that ability. We have 10 SCBAs. 2 of them are busted. The model that we have is discontinued. It is not something that can be.
Sorry, Mom. Okay.
So look at the number.
Didn't we just purchase?
We just bought bottles.
Okay, we just redid the bottle.
We did the
Okay.
bottles. So the bottles have a 15-year lifespan. The packs have a 10-year lifespan. Did I get that reversed? I think I got that reversed. One is 15, one is 10. It's like the hot dogs and the buns idea. They don't ever match. Long story short, you've got to purchase them all at the same time because they've got to be interchangeable amongst your own unit, right? It's a really bad idea to have pieces that aren't interchangeable. So this is a conversation that either can be, we do something now in our current budget year as a capital expense, or it's something that we try to anticipate and budget in the future. We've been told that the costs are going up 10% after April 15th. So we have a quote in hand of 107,000 to do this right now. That will go up as of April 15th. So we've looked at what does that mean to wait? Because it's a discontinued model, if anything were to happen, we would not have any spares. We couldn't get them repaired. There is another department that is in that same boat. Well, there's lots of departments actually that are in a similar type of scenario. So options, purchase it right now, do a budget amendment, potentially use ARPA money because ARPA money rules have changed on us. Or we could just plan this as a one-time purchase next year, or we could turn it into a lease program and then kind of like vehicles, say we want to keep those rotated, not go all the way till the end of useful life, but rotate them, and that would cost about $20,000 a year. This last item here, that there's another city that has already approached us and said, well, we're not in a position right now to purchase and replace all of them. But if you are in a position and do end up doing that, could we buy your spare parts essentially and help us limp along? And we think, based on the numbers that have been thrown out, that we could cover that first year of operating expense based on the sale of our current equipment.
Are there other cities that would be willing to do that for us?
It's a question to ask. Yes, I don't know.
The departments I'm aware of that are still using the same packs as us, they have no, well, so Clinton, I'll just say the city. Clinton had it slated to buy these packs, and then last minute they had those funds redirected to another project. And so Clinton's actually the city that approached us and said, hey, we just hired a bunch of paramedics. We don't have enough packs. We don't have enough equipment. If you guys do a purchase, let us buy all your stuff. The other department is North Davis. We can approach them. And just to paint the picture a little bit better, for those that are new on the council. This is slated as a capital funds purchase several years from now. What blindsided us just recently was meeting with the people that service the packs, because like it mentions, the manufacturer doesn't make packs anymore, and we were told that they would provide parts until they ran out. That was projected to run out in 3 or 4 years from now, but they are already out of parts. So the 2 that we have broken are no good to us because we can't get the parts to fix them. So it's a matter of, do we wait the couple years and do it when we were planning on doing it and at whatever the cost is then, and try to still rob and take what we can from other departments, or do we be proactive and have the other departments that aren't in a position buy our stuff? And the longer we wait to do that, either way, our value is going down. Does that make sense?
Seems like.
Yeah, this was a total blindside. We did have on our capital improvement plan anticipated this expense in the future, and it came up on us.
So just a clarification on the very last one, when you say sell our old packs to another city, is that all 10? Or is that just the 2 broken ones, or?
No, it'd be
all of them.
Everything.
They're not gonna buy the broken ones.
Well, you said they may want.
No, I
they
just
want the
keep-
broken
yeah,
ones
I'm
for
just
parts.
kidding. It's getting late. I'm just kidding.
Right. And like I said, the Clintons already asked us, hey, even if we don't do this, they're like, do you have parts that you will sell to us to help us? So even if we don't, me and Cole have already started to inventory, okay, can we help them out in some way or another and have them purchase stuff from us, even if we don't pull the trigger right now? Lots of departments are kind of stuck in this, and we all got informed of this in January, the end of January, that, hey, we are now out of parts. Good luck.
Okay, so how much are they willing to purchase them for?
It's
a wash? Is that what I just heard?
Not
That first year, that $20,000, we think that we could sell them for at
Only
least
if we lease them.
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
And to me, so were you saying it's 10-year life, 10 to 15?
Right. The lease,
No, if you buy them.
correct. So the packs are 15-year life. The bottles are 10-year life. And they want to buy all of our bottles as well, the bottles that we just purchased. So the $20,000 a year, for those doing the math in your head, I don't know, some of you are, that's only for 6 years, because that's as far as the leasing program would push it out. So if we went the lease route, 6 years from now, we would purchase new packs, so on and so forth. And so the 20,000 times 6, you can do the rough math, 140 grand. So we're just paying that extra, or 120 grand, excuse me. Just paying that extra.
So if we
13 grand.
can fund it with ARPA funds, I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it's a life safety thing for a fire department.
Do we have anything left after our,
Matt can make it go, stretch it. He stretches a long ways.
There are some things that
outside of our water and stuff that we kind of
Well,
about?
well, that becomes a conversation about ARPA, right? That
Mhm.
ARPA has changed the rules. They came out with a
Yeah.
ruling that allows us to open that up based
Right.
on our circumstances to more projects. So that would be a decision of, do we still want to do the water sewer projects, or do we want to take that money and
Okay.
use it for these projects?
Okay.
I think it's important to note too, sorry, I know everyone wants to go home,
This is when council really gets fun.
but me and David met with the local company that services the packs, and we tried to come up with every possible option to delay, prolong, come up with alternative options, and we're just really, there's not a whole lot of good options.
Are you looking for us to approve this right now?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, just want to make
Yeah.
sure we're still discussing.
But if you,
But
It
it's
is
gotta
time
be-
sensitive.
but if you
it is
want us
time
to bring it
sensitive.
back as an actual decision item, as a purchase, we could do that.
Yeah, if this is a critical need, it needs to be handled
Agreed.
immediately rather than,
I mean, there are
waiting until
options of delaying it, right? That is an option, so we don't want you to feel pressured that way. I know that everything feels like an emergency right now because of just the nature of it, but it doesn't have to be, other than the equipment we have, if it continues to break, then obviously we don't have replacements. So, not an enviable position that we have found ourselves in here, to no fault of our own. So if the council, I heard, as Blair was saying, it's important or urgent, and Quinn is saying we need to do that, it sounds to me like we bring this back as a action item in a future council meeting
Yes.
sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Sounds great.
All right, chief.
Okay, quick, I use it again twice.
It's more than twice.
Yeah, in a row. Public Works Facility update. We are still working on establishing the design phase, right? These are the 3 phases of this project: design phase, figuring out the finance phase, and then the construction phase. The Public Utilities Committee met and talked about the initial proposal that CRSA gave us. We're still working with them to try to iron out those details and make sure that the contract is the way that we want. We're trying to protect those dollars the best we can. If we are to get into, well, I should say when, I anticipate us getting to a win with them. But if and when we get to a number with them that we're okay with, that design phase should last about 3 months. That's what they've told us. In the meantime, during that design phase, we would bring in the bond counsel to help the council understand all the various bond options and the timing and just the process. There's a lot of details in bonding. I know that nobody in this room has gone through that process for this city's bonding. But there's a lot to that we would get everybody up to speed on while it's designed. Once those 2 pieces are in place, then construction. So I was going to go over bond types, but we're not going to do that tonight. Our capital improvement plan is basically a radar. The best example is the SCBA's, right? We had it on our radar. It's a 10-year CIP is what we call it. All of our capital facilities plans, maintenance facilities plans, equipment replacement plans, that's all the input into this document. We've got a spreadsheet that is very long and very deep with all of the anticipated capital costs over 20 plus years. And it acts as this radar. And every year we look at it, every year we look and see, is this the year that we pull the trigger and include those items in the budget or not? And that's how all of the utility projects get on there. It's just this radar process, and that's our overview of our CRP and how it works.
All right,
I'm out.
I will be brief.
The 2 of us, you look at the 2 of us and go, wait, we let these 2 be the ones that have to tell us that? Give Derek.
All right.
You gotta be quick,
All right,
the poor mayor.
Here we go. Communications has been talked about as a priority. It's not a giant budget ask, but it is a weird, different budget ask than any other city service. And so that's why we put it on here, because when you see it, you're gonna be like, so what am I getting? So the total budget increase would be about 25,000. In terms of everything we talked about tonight, it's small, but also in terms of everything we talked about tonight, that's also something we have to decide as a priority to invest money to.
This is the list of stuff.
And this is the list of stuff that you would get. Is this hitting the mark? Are you like, don't worry about it, Trevor, just keep doing what we're doing and we'll figure it out later? We can be scrappy however we want to be with communications, but to get a good reach and to reach the people we're not currently getting, this is kind of the proposed budget to build that.
What is all city mailers times 2? You get 2 mailers?
Those are all city mailers. So there's
For
an
all the
every door
residents.
direct mail program that USPS runs. It's a reduced rate, 16 cents per thing.
Gotcha.
So that's just to do the whole city. It's about 2,200, not thousand, 2,200 per mailer. So that's just something that it gets to every door, regardless of if they rent or own.
All right.
Okay.
Next item, medium.
It is a priority. It's just whether it ranks up there.
No, I completely agree. And so that's why we wanted to just make you aware that, based on the conversations and what we've heard from everybody, this would get us off the ground. It wouldn't be like 100% perfect, but it would get us there.
What committee reviews this budget?
I would assume the PER committee.
Oh, I have a budget. Never had a budget before.
Okay,
Or maybe I do, maybe I don't.
thank you.
Not me, we.
see.
We'll see.
Okay, and then dust monitoring. We all know dust is out there today is a class example of awful dust days. Now, we were tasked to get quotes for dust monitoring. I looked at the best of the best. This is seriously the best of the best. This is fully self-automated. The most we have to do is every 3 months go change filters, but we could set it up and forget it. It's $90,000 for 5 units. Now, we don't necessarily need 5 units, but to maybe get an accurate forecast, that's probably the best route to go. Do I think that's ridiculous and a lot of money? Absolutely. There are less expensive options, like there's units for around $300 a piece. The issues with them are maintenance and upkeep, and dedicating staff time to manage those. It felt like it's something that maybe we want to move off of on a volunteer basis into more of a regular routine, but
I think Quinn's doing a
Quinn's great.
I want to hear Quinn's opinion.
yeah.
Oh.
I don't care if it goes till 10:30.
I think it'd be nice to have something. I don't think we need $90,000 worth.
Yeah.
But the $300 option is not good either, because you got to be close to electricity, because it only, can send like 150 feet or something.
Yeah, we have to, it's
wireless.
like, it would be like reading water meters, basically. We would have to go out to each individual one every day and read them, check them, make sure that their filters are fine, change filters as necessary, and move on. I would anticipate you would dedicate at least half time of somebody's, like, let's just say.
Every day?
If you
want
cheap
consistent
option.
data for the cheap option. So, because you would have to check on them every day, because they don't automatically ping you and say, hey, we're full, hey, we're not reading. So this is the last thing on this one. There's some questions that maybe we don't want to be asked at this point, because we know dust is an issue. We know that it's frustrating, but based on what we know with dust, that it's here, and the state basically makes it so we can't do much about it. What are we hoping to achieve by monitoring, and will it be a tool that is going to be utilized to the fullest? That second question is the one that I'm most concerned about.
Well, and that's what I was going to say, is that as long as, we can monitor it all we want. If we don't have any teeth behind it, it's not going to do any good. It's been helpful with Quinn's monitoring to say, hey, I've had a lot of dust this last week. Can you tell me why? And we could do that, but that's also maybe something we can just have as a, hey, tell me the status. We're noticing a lot of dust, without necessarily having a monitor, right?
But I feel bad having Quinn do this. He's giving
Right.
up all of his weekends.
Right. That's.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
With your work with the pits, having this data, has that been helpful to them? Is that something that they find beneficial and they didn't realize it was that bad?
Yeah, they both expressed appreciation for having real data and real locations. In fact, State Parson understands, okay, where it's hidden and why it's hidden. And so they've made some long-term plans over a year to redesign how they're going to pull the dust out from what it was going to be. So it's going to help long-term. The problem is you get a day like today and all their loose piles, which are not active. That's a completely different subject. We need to work through that, because the document says 5 acres of active area. And to me, even if they're not mining there, if it's loose, it's going to blow out. So anyway.
Yeah, but that's just it. I literally got a bunch of text just showing all of the amount of dirt. And yet I believe even the state law says, if you have this much dust, you have this much loss of visibility, which we've had for the past 24 hours, you shut down. And I guarantee you they haven't shut anything down.
Well, they don't shut down. They shut down their
active mining. They don't shut down loading.
Yeah, they don't shut down the trucks that are coming in and getting it. And even if they did shut down, it would still keep blowing out
Yeah.
because they got piles everywhere
Yeah.
of their products that there's nothing to stop it.
Yeah,
So on this, is this something that, and I don't know, because I think the information Quinn gathered was incredibly useful, especially on location, to me. It was coming from different areas than we all thought, but is this something that through our meeting with them or whatever, this could be some kind of joint thing? Whether Parsons or Geneva would even agree to that, or, I mean, I don't know.
Well,
Obviously, the $300 isn't gonna be, because you have to throw another part-time and FTE at it. You have to do all of that.
And then
It's
it's
a
only
big
one
number.
location, yeah.
It's a big number, and
Yeah.
it's, why are we paying all that bill?
Yeah, Geneva's agreement says they'll monitor if we tell them where.
Exactly, that's
And
what I was
when.
getting back, is
Yeah.
and I'm assuming that Parsons is similar. I know the EPA requires them to monitor.
But just at the property line.
Yeah, I know.
And 2 times a
It's
month.
just
is
2
all we
times a
can do.
month. That's
Yeah,
the issue.
but I would think, I mean, they've been as easy. to
Here's
work
my
with as
thoughts.
any.
The budget that I just talked about for 1.5 seconds, I will give to the dust mitigation and do what you can with it. Because the dust sucks and yeah, it blows. I think that even if it's just, I feel like when we talk about teeth, it's really difficult because we don't have teeth because of state law. And I think that's going to be a David and Goliath battle. But if the pits have been willing to make some changes and the hydro seeding that they've done I mean, basically Staker Parsons has done more since you started showing them the data than they ever have. And so if we have a relationship where if they know how significant this is impacting residents and they'll do what they can that's beneficial to our residents because it is getting definitely really bad. So
I saw a whole bunch of head nods for talk to the pits and see if they might share in this cost.
I'd like to offer a hybrid solution to Haley's noble gesture of giving up any type of PR budget. If they are willing to participate, maybe picking and choosing from the list of PR budgeted options.
Okay.
make it so.
I was just gonna say that about myself.
Oh.
No.
What happened to her?
That's the end of our slideshow.
I suggest that we postpone those other items.
Thanks for putting all that together and presenting it.
Mayor, I know it's late. I would like to know when we could revisit this committee structure because I really do want to talk about that.
Agreed.
And things are on hold until we do.
Yeah, we haven't been able to really have any meetings. Ish.
Okay, I think what we can cover it real fast if you'd like. Want to stick around a little longer?
I really
I'd like
want to
to.
get to committees, yeah.
Is that okay, Mayor?
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody need a month?
Blair's staying.
Okay, so I think we're to the point with our committees that we've never been at before. You know, they're operating great, I think. I think we're putting more time into them, but we're to a point now that I think we need to discuss. Are we to the point where we say the chair and the vice chair can make the decisions for the full council, or do we want them to come back to the full council and the full council kind of give them guidelines on which direction that they go? I'm in favor that I think that we need to come back to the full council. I think everyone needs to weigh in on each committee. I think that the committees need to get, and I asked you here a month or two ago to come up with some ideas on what you would like to accomplish this next year, bring those back to the council, discuss them with the council and prioritize them. We want them all. If we want a couple of them, which ones we want to go with first. Just throw that out as a suggestion and let you guys decide. What do you think? Do you think that we need to continue to meet monthly? Do you think we can go quarterly? Maybe it depends on what committee that it is. Anyway, just start a dialogue on what we can still.
So seeing it before they had committees, like fully operational committees, to where most of what we talk about in our committees, other than the budget sessions, were done in our work meetings. And work meetings were before my time, but I sat in plenty of work meetings, and the meetings went insanely long. Michelle can probably answer more about this than anybody. But I mean, I think our committees help this process out up here. So there's not a lot of arguing, bickering. It's been hashed out. There's not surprises. The only thing I get concerned about is how much time it consumes of Dave and some of the staff. It does. I mean, I'm sure Dave goes some days feeling like that's all he does is go to meetings. I mean, some days that's all a lot of our days are. But still, that's one of my bigger concerns with our committee meetings and how often they are. Because there was a time when we were meeting every other week or every week as some committees. And so, I mean, I think it'd be nice to be on a schedule. I think you started a schedule, Dave, at one time. But I do think it needs to report back to the council. And because I think that was the point of it, we're not doing work meetings anymore. We're not doing up some of those things. Let's get it done in a committee, bring it back for discussion. And I mean, I trust you here. You've been elected to represent people. I think you can bring it back to the committee, but I don't think it should be a decision in the committee meeting.
Okay.
I think my only comment would be the Parks and Rec. We had this situation last year where we were given an approval for a certain budget, and then we had to make a lot of changes in the middle of it. And so the question came up several times, do we have to take it back to the city council because the general idea is still there, but it's going to be a change? And I think as long as we understand the authority that the committee has, then the committee can still make a whole bunch of decisions without bringing back every little change.
And on that specific item, I think everybody's aware of it. Maybe that there was just basically change orders and things and moving money from here to here. Those are things that if we would have talked about them when we made that initial approval, saying, we know you're going to go over, we know you're going to have to move funds from here to there. I was okay with it staying right at committee at that level. I know some people here weren't, but I was okay with it staying in the committee level on that, because that's us getting into the weeds on when it comes to that, in my opinion. One man's opinion.
I agree with it.
I agree.
I feel it's important to have a regular established meeting for each committee, and because we've gotten a ton done, and I don't want to be cumbersome on staff, and maybe there's situations where Dave and Trevor don't need to be in every meeting, and you could have a powwow later at some point to catch up on things, to ease that burden. But there's been so many projects or items that had we not had regular meetings, I don't feel like would have been addressed appropriately. And I feel like the committee meetings is really where we help our constituents the most. We're the ones that are getting that work done that they're asking to do and that they asked us to do when we were elected. So I think we should continue. And if we have no agenda, we can cancel it, but it's important to have a regular time set.
So are you, that's what I was going to say. So are they
Depending on the
monthly?
committee, they've been different. Some have been quarterly, gravel pits have been quarterly, others have been bi-monthly, which means every other month, not twice a month, although that means the same
both.
thing. Yeah. We've met every other month.
Most of your bigger committees, every other month, there's usually something to discuss.
I feel like every other month in some committees was almost too long. So like, for example, in public safety, I mean, we'd just barely get something moving, and then we'd meet 2 months later and be like, where are we at? And if we had been meeting monthly, it would have been like, Kate, update us, where are we at? Okay, we can make more decisions and move forward. For example, the no turn on red. I mean, we've been talking about that for a year and a half, and really we've moved the dial about that much because of just not meeting and having other things that come up and things. So I think that maybe and I don't know how this ties into staff, so maybe get your perspective, but perhaps the chair or co-chair, vice chair, whatever, can decide how often they want to meet based upon what they're hoping to achieve. So if, for example, code committee, we have our list of everything that we are hoping to achieve. And in an ideal situation, I think what we could do is bring that to the council and say, all right, council, this is everything we're looking at. This is the priority items we have to meet by the end of the year. And if you guys want to delete some items or add some items or move some items, whatever, but then we are aware of how often we're going to need to meet in order to make that goal. And that might be different depending on what your committee is. PR, I don't necessarily see needing to meet as much as code committee would need to meet. But even with PR meeting every 2 months, and we haven't met since November, October. I mean, it's really been quite a while since we've met. And I feel like a lot of the things we had getting momentum on have just kind of slowly fizzled out. So I think the chair and vice chair can discuss how often they need to meet based on the goals that they want to achieve based on the council's discretion of those goals.
Well, and I kind of go with Haley on that obviously the chair should make that decision. And then if necessary, staff may only need to, come to one or the other, or whenever you guys feel need to be based on the committee. You're grown up, so I expect you to be able to make that decision. And with what Blair said, I kind of agree. I would even take it that the prioritization of the list, say like, here's the top 10 things that the parks wants to be able to work on. This is the direction we're going. That list should be brought to the council, not the full list of here's everything that I'm dreaming and hoping for. This is when I'm going to be able to get maybe even on an annual, this is the goal for this year. Because I think we can really get down into the weeds if each committee now spends an hour presenting in, council meeting of, well, this is what I'm planning on doing, and here's where we're at. Some will have to come back more often than others, like code committee. And so, I mean, I could see that being really getting down into the weeds and taking the time of the council when, like you said, we kind of trust each other. We, know each other and know what needs to be done. And, at any time things could be questioned or say, could you bring us the whole list? That's the opportunity of the council. But other than that, I would expect everybody here, especially where I don't know what they all do, to be able to just take it and run with it. We're all grown-ups.
I think just the perspective of staff on committees is just knowing where the directive is coming from, right? If the directive is a full council directive, if it's a committee directive, and then managing time and resources outside of the committee meetings is just which items are the priority items based on that committee conversation, plus any other items that we're already working on a day-to-day basis. So it's just
okay, but straight to the point though, are you saying you're also worried about the prioritization of staff time between committees? As in, is there one committee that's going to be more important for your time? And I definitely think there is something to go there that the council needs to say, no, you know what, we need you guys dedicated to this versus, Quinn can go monitor the dust and I can write code or whatever. You guys have to do your own things because your time is limited. I understand that.
So to that point, and you asked my opinion, I think this is a huge credit to the six of you. The conversation that we're even having about committee structure is a huge credit to the six of you. I have never seen city councils that give more time to their community than this city council has to this community. And some of that is because of limited resources. Some of that is because the culture we've created. Angie, as you say, that's when I feel like I'm doing the most work, right? That's when you are getting in and getting your hands dirty and accomplishing specific things for the community. And that is really cool to witness. I am grateful that I get to see that. I think what becomes the problem is what you described. Sometimes committees talk and say, man, this is a really big deal. We should do this. The whole council hasn't had a chance to weigh in on that and say, this is a priority. We should do that. in an ideal world, we would have had a strategic plan conversation already that got into details and said, these are the initiatives this year. These are the things that we as a collective group think should be targeted. And then the committee and staff, in my mind, just become two arms of the council and can get work done. That they're two resources, separate and distinct, that obviously work hand in hand at times. But the council, a perfect example, when we talked storm drain rates a couple weeks ago, you all looked at that and said, we need some more work done on this. And you had an opportunity to say, staff, go look at that and bring back a recommendation. Or you picked committee, go back and look at that and bring forward a recommendation. There are two different bodies or two different resource groups that can go and get stuff done and then bring back and report or recommend. And I see staff and committees as recommending bodies, as the workhorse bodies. But Haley, the way you described it, as that direction is coming from the council saying, these are the things, go and do. You described kind of project-based committee work. Others have described ongoing committee work. And I think both are in front of us. And we just need to direct as a body, say, XYZ committee, you are in charge of this project now and bring back a recommendation. Or you are in charge of this every single year and make sure it gets done, kind of a thing. But then it comes from the council just directing the troops and saying, this is how we want our resources to be deployed. And in that way, again, ideally, we have a strategic plan, we have a retreat that just does planning, and then the committees can get their marching orders from there as these are the projects this year, or these are the ongoing tasks that you need to tackle each year. And then, you know, the committee chair can schedule as needed from there. But the idea of the no turn, I think, is a good one. That's more of a project-based item that, okay, if that is a project that needs to have more attention, then we can try to schedule and meet more regularly. Those are my thoughts.
No, I think you bring up a good point, because I know for me, for us in PR, I should say, you know, Angie and I had a ton of ideas. And when PR first got started, staff was incredibly limited. And so Angie and I, we attempted to try and go do some of these things on our own time. It didn't really work out as well. But when we were able to get some staffing behind that, I have tons of ideas, but it did give me a little bit of caution of like, well, I don't know if the council wants staff using their times on this stuff. Like, I would want to know what they want me to do with that. So I think having that direction from the council is good. I don't want to be using staff on something that the council has no idea I'm using it on or don't agree with. So I think being able to know, and then, you know, I know there's lots of times in my 2 years we've sat here and been like, hey, committee, go take that. Or at times staff, go take that, like you said. It also is a way for us to report back on the specific things we're working on. So not just, hey, we met and discussed this, but hey, this is where we're at in this goal that we created. And this is, you know, it wouldn't be an hour presentation, it'd just be a quick update. So also our public knows what we're doing and understands what's going on behind that. So I think that's a powerful tool for us to be able to utilize.
To me, it makes sense that staff is more of this is an ongoing thing that has to be done every year, right? These are the basic services that have to be delivered. And so we have staff that goes and just does that and manages that process. Whereas these project-based things that are council initiatives, these are the 2-3 year kind of projects that need to be looked at and taken care of. That seems like perfect work for committees. And as Blair said, you can work through those details that are legislative in nature and not administrative in nature, that you can get involved in and do your best work.
As we've discussed before, then I think that we should just streamline the process and actually formalize it, so that if the council, like we've had a couple of things that we've talked about in this meeting that have, like the trees, for example, that it's like, okay, so is this going to get done? And what should happen at that point then is, right as we say, okay, I'm going to take that off, then you as the gatekeeper should ask, is this something for staff to take care of or the committee? And then that sends us to which way, so that we can track it. We know who is in charge of it, who is responsible for it. I don't think it needs to be more complicated than that, really. But I do think it needs to be formal at that time, just so we all know. It's right there in council meeting. We've got minutes. If you have a bad memory and need to go back and look, it's there. So
I love the idea of the council giving direction. It's in the minutes of, okay, this is a task that now somebody's going to go do, whether that's committee or staff. I think that protects all of us. Idea of ongoing meetings, regular meeting schedule. Was it decided that the committee chair determines those meeting times each year?
And then after that, I would assume that one of the two of you and even the mayor, if he wants to, can decide, because I know his time is stretched so far, it's not even funny. But yeah, which ones and where you want to, you should be invited to all of them, but not be required attendee. You guys decide.
I wouldn't want
That's
to
just
put
me. I don't
additional burden on the committee chair beyond what's needed, but I wonder if the committee chair, could feel that out a little bit of these are items that we need the mayor to be involved in, or these are items that you need a staff member to be involved in. I think there are ways that we could balance out that burden essentially. And
since I've been to 2 whole committee meetings and haven't even started on the big parks one, yeah, I'll defer to anybody else's decision on it.
So then should we have each chair come up with their proposals for what they would like to see done for the year and how often they feel they need to meet and come back and then report, tell us what items they would like to, what code items would be the prioritized ones, and then we can all decide and make assignments out.
I think that's a great idea.
Love it.
we're
Next meeting?
scheduled to finish the strategic plan next Tuesday. We could put on March 8th, that discussion item. So it would just be the following week that we could then, as a body, talk through those proposals from each committee. I think it would just align with the strategic plan pretty well if you know what that is before you propose those things.
So they're gonna do a list of priorities, meeting schedules. Was there anything else?
No, just those two.
Mr. Mayor, I might make a suggestion. Also, you look at the new business and council and staff. If we're going to have committee reports, we don't put those at the very end. Because just from my own observation at the end, you guys get slap happy and want to move real quickly. We might just want to move that further up on the agenda. That's up to you though. That's your agenda.
Does anyone have anything important that they need to bring up? For?
Mine can wait till next week.
I don't have any. Sorry, mine can't wait.
Yours can't wait?
Mine cannot wait.
Okay.
This Thursday.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Hey,
Might
count,
go out of-
Quickly.
count me. This Thursday is the Cobblestone appeal hearing. I will send you information. You will not be able to participate. I will not be able to participate, but we can watch if you are interested. So there will be a link to join. I will send that to you. Where's it at? I don't know where it is. Well, it's actually just online. The attorneys will join WebEx, and so it's all digital.
Approximate time of the day?
I believe it's 10:30. Jamie was going to confirm that for me. Haley, this does not count against my time. These are questions from the floor.
Oh, are you done? Okay, I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Keep going.
Oh, my sign. Somebody stole my sign. Connects is going to start marketing. No, it wasn't in the way. I was going to show them. So look for that. Connects is going to start marketing in the city. I had a sign to show you.
I've seen
I've seen 'em.
I've
I
seen
saw
some
'em.
of their signs up, but they're
Yep.
probably in Riverdale now.
A committee got together today, kind of an ad hoc committee, the mayor and some staff members, to start looking at city hall property options the same way we did public works property options. Know that that's taking place. And we've talked no turn on red sign a couple of different times. So quick update, I did get in touch with UDOT finally on the list of items that when we met as a public safety committee with them, they said they were going to do. They said one of the action items needed to be on our side that I can take for the south side of South Weber Drive, where we talked about painting it red near the detention basin because of sightline issues coming out of the charter school. So there's an action item on our side for putting up no parking signs. They said the red curb is actually not the enforcement mechanism. It's a no parking sign. And then they can come do red curb as an assistance to that. But we have to put the rule in place first. So anyway, he put that on us. The candlesticks were, they're going to check on the work order. It probably means that it was not put in a work order. That's how I interpreted, but they said they check on the work order, and Brandon and I now have a meeting with them to go over Brandon's proposal about the stop line and how that would affect the site triangle. And they said, let's just meet in person. And so we're scheduled beginning part of March. I'd have to look at the exact date, but
Okay.
so we're along that intersection. So
Push it out.
essentially the I'm done.
I need like 10 seconds, Mayor.
The rule states that it has to be 14 feet from where the intersection starts to where the stop line is, so that you have 10 feet for a crosswalk and then 4 additional feet for the vehicle hanging over the stop line.
Okay.
And Brandon has looked at that and said, there's not a crosswalk there. There will not ever be a crosswalk there until the property develops. And so that feels like a rule that doesn't, it's a 4-foot minimum, but they're saying they want 14 feet. So we wanted to go and tell them, I think that we can do something different. And they said, well, let's meet and talk about it.
And they'll meet in March.
So we are scheduled to meet with them in March. So Brandon and I will go and state our case.
And the mayor.
You should go to.
And the mayor. Okay.
And they can choose any speed limit they want there. Really? Well,
You weren't on this agenda. You're
as
done.
soon as the law passes.
Well, I'm not sure, but yeah, okay. I
I
mean, they didn't want to.
I know, they didn't want,
They
they
just-
wanted to do a study.
I do need 10 seconds. You all should have received an invite to a program called Eddie. You may have ignored it or
I thought it
whatever.
was
We don't just click
I
on
know,
any
I
spam
know.
email.
I was gonna send an email out, and then last week got away from me, and that is gonna be our payroll processing software. Due to staffing changes that necessitated need to switch to an offsite payroll company to get that done. Eddie's gonna do that for us. And so I just need you to get logged in and set up the account. It will ask for 4 ridiculous questions, Blair. Please answer them. It's just so I know what to get you for your birthday. That's all. So
It asks for your social security number too.
it does ask for that. That is required for
Did you
payroll.
say ask for your birthday?
It does ask for your
Is that so you
birthday.
can throw us a party when it's our birthday?
Yeah, and there's 4 ridiculous questions that will help me get you a birthday present. That's
My birthday was 3 weeks ago and I didn't get anything from you, so I'm calling BS.
My birthday's in 2 weeks, so I expect something.
next year, March 1st, approve a budget.
That's the date of the meeting.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to.
Mayor, I make a motion, we adjourn at 10:33.
Second, anyone?
I'll second that.
All in favor?